night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Good evening and welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. I am, of course, Sovereign Soul, and you're not. I'd like to welcome everybody to the show tonight. See who we all got in the chat. Let's take a look over here. I don't have anybody over. I have one person watching on Rumble right now. I'm not sure how the alerts go with that. Over here right now, I've got Jared Jaguar, M. Cox, Plowboys 6656, and Dreamy Lynn Escape the Chains. I saw a few others in here just a moment ago. Where'd they go? Charles B. Yeah, I've got a little clip I've got a little tiny Twitter clip that I'm going to play for you too, Charles, on that stuff. It's pretty cool. Thanks a lot. He does know really quite a lot of shit about that stuff, man. I really highly suggest, if you haven't yet, go over to Burn the Corporate Fiction, subscribe, hit the bell, share it. This guy's got some information that really needs to get out there to everybody. Let's see. Jared Jaguar says, good evening to everybody. All right. Yeah. And on that same note, let me pull that up. I was just looking at that, and it's really looks pretty good information. Let me put this out there for you while we're letting people come into the. There's that right there. All right. That's right here. If you see, it's called Dead on Arrival. Let me unmute it.
So you don't have to like it. You don't have to believe it, but they steal your soul from you right at birth. It's specifically your soul because you gave up the land. Now you pay for water in the water world. You know, you pay for rent and everything. Everything's supposed to be free. This is your inheritance. This land, you're birthed into this world. It was stolen from you. You are now sold on the stock exchange as cattle. They place you down as male or female. That only pertains to cattle. Look it up. The papal bulls state that you are owned as a slave. So you had 45 days to pick this up, the birth certificate from the hospital. And you didn't pick it up. So what happened is they sent this off to the vital statistics office, and they placed you down as a stillborn, a dead on arrival. And you forfeited your own child. It's true. Look it up. So you don't have to like it. You don't have to believe it.
I was muted that whole time. Thank you, Austin Murphy, the only person that was, and Jared. My bad. So let me start again. So as I was saying, here I am. That's above you, 250 miles in the International Fake Station. This is real. This is not deception, not one bit at all. As you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. We're just hoping nobody catches any of the these wires back here and rips loose the life support or whatever else this shit is hooked to. We don't know, but this is science. Okay. All right. And like I said, you can tell this is real because of how fake it looks. Okay. So if you don't believe this, you are a conspiracy theorist, because it makes absolute sense that I could be in a object that's in a perpetual fall, perpetually falling as we whirl, swirl, twist, and turn through the cosmos at blazing speeds. Did you know that if you're looking back at it, if you're looking at a sunset, did you know that you're actually falling backwards faster than the speed of sound? But you don't feel it because of math, of course. You know, what do you, didn't you go to school? You don't know these things? Yes, trust science. Absolutely. So I want to meet this science guy one of these days. I think Dr. Fauci said he was science. There again, as I said, the title of the thing is Decepticons and Transformers. What are Decepticons and Transformers? Well, things that appear as one thing, but are actually another. Transformers are things that appear as one thing and then transform themselves into another. They're kind of the same thing, but I guess in the comic book world, one is good and the other one's bad or whatever. But we're not going to make those connotations here. But it is all deception. We all know that. Every last little bit of it is deception. We see constant lies. That's all we live in an empire of lies, where speaking the truth is actual treason. And this is getting, I'm not a big religious person or anything like that at all. And when I first ever ran across and saw Revelation, I was like, oh my God, this guy got into some fucking acid or something, or he ate some mushrooms and he had a hell of a story going on in his head, right? But then later on, as time goes by in my life, I'm like, holy cow, man. Somebody must be using this as a script. Well, as it turns out, they actually are, but this someone is a something. I'm sure of it now because of some of the supernatural changes that we're seeing. Not only is everything in a opposite, like in a Luciferian style, where up is down, down is up. Everything is designed to confuse your mind and make you discount your own senses and what you know to be true at the expense of what someone you perceive as an authoritative figure tells you something elsewise, and then that just makes it so. For instance, they tell us we live on a little tiny ball that's orbiting this magnificently huge ball of gas that somehow formed itself into this ball of gas in a lumpy space vacuum and decided to catch fire. And it's totally the opposite of that. It's not a huge sun. It's a very small sun. It's local. The Earth is not infinitesimally small. It's very, very large. I think much bigger than we know. The only problem is the control authorities within our system will not let us explore past certain areas. I mean, you got to watch out for those penguins. You don't want to fuck up the penguins. Like, what do they think? There's just going to be an onslaught of people going to Antarctica or something? Get the fuck out of here. It's cold, right? Or is it? So we know that most everything we see in our government propaganda outlets, also known as news media or our free press, they produce all kinds of free dumb because they tell you lies on a constant daily basis. It's almost to the point where you can pretty much bet that whatever they tell you is not true or deceptive in one way or another. Hello, Pale Horse Rider has joined us. Axis Rat Blood. Let's see who else. Brian Fundakowski Feldman. My name is Legion, for we are many. Yes, they are. And that's another thing too, is if you notice in the Bible, demons do refer to themselves in the pronoun of we and they. So just saying, that's an interesting correlation. So we've got deception going on in the field of just about everything you can imagine, whether it be even conflicts that may or may not be happening in Europe at the moment, or events that are happening between Taiwan and China with possible U.S. involvement. We're told one thing and we find out another. So who are we to believe? Where are we supposed to get actually any information from when we are probably the worst here in the United States, most propagandized people in the entire freaking world? I mean, and we've known about this for a long time. I mean, this is from a 1914 silent film, you know? And we think, oh, look at these barbaric people. Look at these barbaric people. But we're doing this right now on a daily basis. Do you know that more people die inside the womb than die outside the body every day? And this is insane. Well, watch this. This is crazy. And anybody that would ever dare step up and say, hey, this is completely wrong, you shouldn't do this, this is immoral, well, they would, they were the outcasts. As it's been throughout history, anyone speaking the truth, anyone that's calling out the status quo has always been turned into ridiculed and given shit, including Jesus. I mean, wow. And we're coming back to that time. Woe be to those that call evil good and good evil. And we are definitely living in those times right now. And the Decepticons go even further than that. They're in the church. They're definitely in the church. I've known that for a long time, but I was never aware of the magnitude to it. Because when you find clergy, let me tell you something, clergy, pastors, priests, what have you. And we found out last night on Brian Staveley's Dose of Reality show, he had a live stream last night, and there was a guy that came on there and showed him where, what is reality? There's no way to know that the Hebrew texts are actually changing as well. Now, those of you that are familiar know this is not due to printing errors or anything else like this. This is something that is supernaturally changed in Scripture. It started with the King James Bible and has permeated its way out. And we find right now, I mean, for instance, there are these clergy and pastors and priests and whatnot are claiming that it has always been, Isaiah 11:6 has always been the wolf shall lie with the lamb. If this was so, you wouldn't see so many references. Go into Google right now and type in Lion and Lamb Ministries and see how many different results you get for that. Google Lion and Lamb in images and see how many pictures, religious pictures you see of that, because that's supposed to be a depiction of the peace that takes place during Christ's millennial reign when he comes back, right? Okay, that's what it's supposed to predict or depict. So if that's never been in the Bible, why would there be so much reference to it? Yet these clergy will swear up and down and then say that you're a psyop or you're the Antichrist or you're trying to fool people or something. So look, I'm not the one that changed it. And you should realize the change. This is your job. But many of them are covering for it and wanting to dissuade away from it and saying it's just a psyop. They should be ringing bells from the hilltops. Because if they know anything about Scripture, it tells us in Amos, it tells us in Daniel, that these things are going to take place, that the devil is going to be given authority to change the words in the Bible. It tells us this. So I don't know how these people could continue to try and defend that, oh, this is something that's always taken place. This is something that it's always been this way. This was interesting. I think you'll find. Let me pull this up just for a moment. Because what we're going to talk about more of the deceptions and what they're doing. They're actually really targeting our children in all these. I mean, you see these companies, Maybelline now is, I guess, under fire because they've sponsored the Dylan Mulvaney character, who I think is now there's a psyop. There's a psyop. Nobody's going to actually act that way or anybody pick them up. Bud Light loses a shitload of money by sponsoring him. Nike lost a bunch of money for sponsoring him. Now Maybelline, maybe he's born with it. Maybe he cut it off. Maybe it's Vabeline. Huh? Or Gabeline. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but at the expense of losing a lot of money, it seems more that they want to push an agenda more than they care about their own profit margins. I see Sean Hawkins is over here in the chat tonight. Sean covered one of our videos the other night, and Sean said, when we were talking about how they came up with the distance of the sun, he said, well, they can check it with radar, you dumbass, or some shit like that. Do you even think before you speak, Sean? In your model, the sun is 8.5 light minutes approximately from the Earth, which means that a radar signal, if you could send it that far, would take 8.5 minutes to get there. It would take another 8.5 minutes to come back. And while the Earth is supposedly going around the sun at a blazing 66,600 miles per hour, that would put the Earth close to 19,000 miles from its original position when you sent the signal. So you would never get it back. Get it? Wow. So who's the dumb fuck? Who's the dumb fuck? Okay. So anyway, check this out. He's a libtard. So what do you want? You know what I'm saying? Dude probably voted for Hillary Clinton. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Check this beauty out. Let's hear what she's got to say.
Hi, my name is Misty Rose Fields, and I will be your brand ambassador for you because I'm good with people. I'm very communicative, and I care about people. And I'm basically down to earth. I can sell any product you present to me and make it my own, make it fun and interactive for all people. So that would be a good brand ambassador for you. Thank you. Hi.
So they want to be a brand ambassador. Cashing in on the I think on the Dylan Mulvaney cash train, probably for less money, I would imagine, because now you have to compete. So, any of you companies out there that need a brand ambassador, all you need to do is just embrace, listen to this message, and they're very well spoken, as you can tell. Listen.
Hi, my name is Misty Rose Fields, and I will be your brand ambassador for you because I'm good with people. I'm very communicative, and I care about people. And I'm basically down to earth. I can sell any product you present to me and make it my own, make it fun and interactive for all people. So that would be a good brand ambassador for you. Thank you.
So I was just thinking, as I was watching, I wish he was selling something because it made me, just watching him made me want to buy something. I don't know about y'all, but that's how good it went for me. I mean, I even want to probably go down and buy some tampons just from watching that guy. I better stop watching these people. Jesus. Start drinking Bud Light next. Sean, you drink Bud Light, don't you? I bet you do. I bet you're a Bud Light drinker. Well, this was an interesting picture. I'm not saying this. Somebody on Twitter is saying this. Okay. So this is put out by Johnny Midnight. And this is kind of interesting. That's that girl we've seen in so many different scenarios. She has the worst luck of anyone I've ever seen in my life. She has been at the scene of so many tragedies. I don't know. I mean, she's just probably spends day in and day out in therapy. I mean, you would have to have gone through that as many tragic events as she has. This is just something we should put out there just for the hell of it, because she hates it so damned bad. Okay. She's crazy. And don't forget, everybody wants to date her. That's right out of her own mouth. So y'all keep on with that. So anyway, this is the world we are living in, guys. This is the world we're living in. So what's it all mean? I'm going to show you what it means. You are watching a movie. Every bit of this crap is orchestrated. And it's not hard to get a few wingnuts to go along with it. You start promoting some certain thing, it don't matter what it is. There will be some people that take on to it, and then there's going to be more and more and more that'll pick it up. I mean, this is how they sold the freaking pet rock. Guy made $1 million selling fucking rocks. They came in a box with some Easter straw and instructions. I mean, do you realize the overhead that went into that was nothing? But because of the promotion, and there's always somebody, and you promote the somebodies that go along with it, make them seem real cool. Boom, the next thing you know, you got something. And people are easy. They're so programmable. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. But some of the things that we're being deceived upon, I mean, it's really cool. Is the Tucker Carlson thing real? I don't know. I have to wonder. He was remorseful for, and I did hear him say a pretty good explanation that he had, at one time was snowed by a lot of that shit and just isn't anymore. But Glenn Beck had a very interesting thing to say about Tucker's firing. And Glenn had said that his own experience, that they had told him at Fox not to say God anymore. And Rupert Murdoch actually told him that. And then he continued. And the next time he met with Rupert Murdoch, Rupert was like, do you know how many times you've said God since we last spoke? And he's like, no. And he's like, 97 times. And it's like, what the fuck? You kept count? And there's other reports that this kind of talk, any talk of God or prayer, really freaks the dude out. So there again, I think if you're a Fox News watcher, probably most people watch Fox News because of Tucker Carlson. I mean, American Dad, he's lost all credibility at all, if he ever even had any. Or I mean, Sean Hannity. And that's what we call him around my house. When somebody talks about Sean Hannity, we're talking about American Dad. But, that's the another one of those weird things. So they're willing to go ahead and dash away, I mean, millions and millions of dollars in profit and loss of viewership in order to push an agenda. Now, we saw CNN go right down the toilet by following that kind of a practice. So what is it really that they're doing? I think it is that this agenda, I think time is short. Like I've said, those things are changing. And these are things that happen according to the last parts of Revelation. And I think that shit might be actually happening. I really do. And this is why they get so bent out of shape about anything about God, anything about prayer. I don't know. You tell me. What do you think? I'm going to open it up to people. And see where that takes us, because then when we start talking about some other Transformer Decepticon shit, just because of the blue-haired commies in the basement of Google, Now let's see, how am I going to do that on this one? Oh, I know. I'll go like this. Then I'll go here. I'll go here. Then I'll go like this. There we go. There we go. Ages of the Haas. That's what it looked like on your thing there. First time when I said, what's this one? Martine VM status. What's this? Let me see something real quick. Oh, yeah, this is pretty good. Yeah, thank you for that. Let me see. I'm going to show you something. Let me stop screen. I'm going to present. Go to share screen. There we go. This is pretty good. This is regarding, of course, Aristophanes. And everybody forgets about his faithful servant Theses. This is lacking primary documentation of any sort. It is said that Aristophanes noted that the water wells and pillars in the city of Syene did not cast a shadow at noon on the summer solstice, yet 500 miles away at the same time, the shadows were long and drawn out. Assuming the earth a sphere, the light rays from the sun to be parallel, and the sun to be infinitely far away, he calculated a circumference of the assumed spherical earth. Now, here in 250 DC, the distance of the sun, it is said that in 250 BC, Aristarchus used the quarter moon phase to determine the distance of the sun, guessing the angle, and estimated that the moon is 1/3 as wide as the estimated. Alleged method is built upon the assumption that during a half moon, the three celestial bodies should form a right angle, and guessed that the sun was 19 times as far from the earth as the moon and 19 times as big. Yeah, that's more assumptions and craziness. The Aristophanes thing, that works the same with a local. Hello, Emilios, man. That works the same on a flat object. I mean, we've shown that before with a local sun. So yeah, these are some of the crack. Oh, these are what the names actually mean. This is on Austin Whitsitt. Aristotle, he who explained or told us. Aristophanes means his word was set in stone. Okay, so those are the meanings of those people's names. What is it? Aristotle allegedly was the first to declare the earth was a sphere because moving north and south caused an alteration in the horizon in and on the heavens. Well, that's because you're still going on the assumption of a fucking sphere. The problem with most of these is based on assumptions. Reason that you don't see some of the stars as you go further south and you see new stars as you go north is because they're not that high in the sky. And by the time you get too far south away from the stars in the north, they're going to appear lower on the horizon, if not meld into the horizon altogether. It's a no-brainer. It's really not that difficult to understand. I don't know why people have such a fucking problem with it. This is, let me see, I just grabbed a thing the other day that shows it perfectly. It shows it absolutely perfectly. Let me see, where is it? Got a beautiful picture of the anal Emma too. I always remember that because it sounds like a porn star. Anal Emma. Let me see. Come on. I got too many. I'm a meme hog. I grab the shit out of these fucking things. Damn it, I was just showing the dang thing the other day. Damn it. I hate when I can't find things. It really pisses me off. I don't know. Where did I log? I lost it. I lost what I was looking for. Now I've forgotten what I was looking for. That happens. I don't know. I don't know where I did it. What I did with it. Oh well, I'll find it. All right. Oh wait. Oh yeah, I thought this was pretty good too. You guys got to see this one. I always like these with old Picard, with Captain Picard. These are pretty funny. I mean, right? How do you fit? There's the exact same to scale right here and here over the map, and it's like, what? What are you doing? And people will still defend that. People will still defend that. They'll go, oh my God, no, that's because of there's a here, look at this basketball. It's like, shut up, man. You know, I mean, what are you guys really doing? Who are you trying to convince, myself or you? Man, I don't know. I was watching what was I watching the other day that was so good? Flatzoid's Perspective. I started watching his lives. They're pretty good. Um, and he had a real good stream today. I think he had a pretty good stream today. I think it's he's able to handle Nick Volt a little better, but I've noticed that Nick doesn't act as childish on his show. He comes on here, and I'm not real big on people that want to talk all condescending. I don't like that shit at all, not one bit. So yeah, as far as the star rotations are concerned, Brian Feldman, you're exactly right. Yeah, what God do you trust, Effing Nation? That's just it. That's just it. We have to be careful because, as we know, and is told to us in Scripture, that Satan is the god of this world. You know, and this is where he's been given authority, man. It says in Amos that, and in Daniel, that he'll be given authority to be change the laws and change everything. And you're seeing a complete inversion. They're calling stuff. I couldn't believe how Whoopi Goldberg and the rest of those. I just saw one of these reaction videos today. I thought it was funny as shit because when those menopausal hens, it starts squawking and screeching and reeing, it just blows me away. There was a state legislator who is a trans person that was throwing a fit because their state legislature didn't pass they passed legislation that you can't let kids cut their wieners off. Which, look, I'm sorry, man. If you've got an urge to cut your wiener off, man, that's the devil. You're possessed. There's something fucking wrong with you. If you have an urge to cut your penis off and then think that by drilling a hole up into your crotch that somehow makes you a woman, I'm sorry, that to me, there's something wrong going on there. There absolutely is, just based on basic human instinct. You know, our instincts in the flesh is to eat, procreate. You know, that's what we do, right? This is why a lot of times instinctually, men, you all know this, we'll sleep. A lot of times we're protecting our junk when we sleep. We do. This is an instinctual thing. Why? Because that's very important to us. Not only does it give us pleasure, but that is what we use to procreate. It's your natural instinct to protect it. And if you've got an urge to go cut it off, and something in your head is telling you that you're actually a woman, and that by doing this this mutilation to yourself is going to make you into a woman. Wow. How could your brain go that way? That's definitely, I mean, I feel bad for people that are in that, I guess, predicament, but I think it's a made up predicament. I really do. I think it's not so much a case as people come to the doctor and saying, you know, I feel this way. I think it's more or less a case of people going to someone and saying, hey, don't you feel this way? And convincing them of it, and thereby setting the trap in their mind. That's exactly, I believe, how it is. So something isn't right for that. And this woman, because she was upset, or woman or man, it's a man being a woman. So they call that a trans woman, right? Or whatever. Anyway, you know what I mean. And I'm not being hateful, YouTube. I'm just telling what it is. So they was all pissed off because the legislature passed a bill saying that they ain't allowed to be doing that. Which, wow, I can't believe that you actually have to have a law and tell people that written on paper that, you know, it's wrong to have children cut their junk off. This is wrong to give them hormone blockers, which will most likely fuck them up. I mean, we have this thing that happens to our body. It's called puberty. I'm sure you all went off when they separated the boys and the girls and they told you all about this shit, right? In 6th grade, probably. Okay. So what is going on that this is so important? But Whoopi, I could not believe it. I couldn't believe it because the House or the legislature voted to censure this trans woman. They censored her to not let her speak on the floor anymore. And Whoopi Goldberg and the rest of those menopausal hens over at The View were tripping balls, no pun intended, over the fact that they're silenced. Anytime someone says something they don't like, they silence them. They think that that's the way, just by shutting them up. And it's like, whoa, you just did a show the other day where you're celebrating Tucker Carlson getting fired. You have called for deplatforming several YouTube content creators, Twitter people, Facebook pages, what have you. You have been nothing but censorship this whole time. And now when it happens to you, you flip shit. And this is how demons operate. And these people that perpetuate it, these people that go along with it, they're minions. They are minions. They are part of it all. I'm telling you. You know, so that's, yeah, there you go, ZXL. Boom. This is what the whole yin yang shows. Okay. If you've seen it, it's the two paisleys that are intertwined. One's black, one's white. But within the middle of each one of them, there's a spot of the opposite color. That's what we have. We still have a small part of the woman within us as men and women have a small part of man within them as well. Okay. And it's because of the duality. It's just that due to whichever you become, that's the one that your energetic properties focus on. Now, if something's keeping you from doing that, there's definitely a problem. Now, I'm looking really big, and I think that the biggest fucking problem going on is by far a spiritual problem. I really do. I think that the people are lacking God, and I'm not talking about religion. Get off that crap. Religion, because as we're finding out, when clergy are confronted with the many, many Mandela effects associated with the Bible, these effects seeming to have a blasphemous effect on the passages in which they affect. Do you guys really got to do that? So, there you go. Lay down. Good girl. So I forgot even what I was saying. This dog over here freaking me out. Damn, I hate when that happens. Why you make me forget stuff, Brandy? You little shit. But yeah, they're flipping shit about this kind of thing. And if you say anything about it, I mean, why is this all of a sudden such an important thing? Is to have all this men dressing up as women. You see, and don't conflate drag with tran. That's a whole nother jar of cookies. It's a whole nother jar of cookies. Yes, they both dress up like women, but one does it for entertainment. The other one does it as a lifestyle. You get what I'm getting at? This is definitely an assault on the morals and the fabric of the family, like a blitzkrieg. They don't want the they don't want the parents to have anything to do with what their kids are learning in school. They want complete control of your children's minds. They want complete control of your minds through your media, movies, what have you. And they're doing it through this freaking cancel culture. Well, that can work both ways. that can work both ways. It's going to be like a rubber band snapping back in the other direction. Okay, they're always pushing it for the last, and it's really accelerating now. But for the last few years, we've really seen a ramp up, and this year has been already, here we are only 4 months into it, and it's already one of the biggest circus clown show things I've ever seen in my entire life. I've never seen anything like it before. And knowing that everything is just a big show, a production, most of it very much, if not all of it, very much like the movie Wag the Dog, that it's a scripted play. And there are certain actors in it that are scripting this out to portray a reality that doesn't really exist, if you understand where I'm coming from with that. The people have been asleep for a very, very long time, and they've let these deceptive practices slip under their noses. And now we look even at the damn Senate or the House of Representatives is like, it's always been pretty bad, but now it's just turned into a damn Jerry Springer show. You got them talking about, oh my God, one comes up and talking to, oh, what's that guy's name? Fartwell or Swallows Well? And that Marjorie Taylor Greene, now she's being promoted for some reason. There's a reason the establishment is behind putting her out there. She's a relatively new actor on the stage, but they're putting her front and center to make her a main character. And this has been going on like right from the start. They pushed her hard and heavy right at the beginning. But then she's going to see, this keeps everybody happy with their little left-right arguing bullshit, which is all really just bullshit anyways. But her remark was, oh, that's funny coming from somebody with as checkered past as you, having been known to sleep with a Chinese spy or have sexual relations with a Chinese spy. And then Swallowwell's out there going, oh, Nadler says, can the remark be stricken from the record? It's like, well, it's too late. It's already out on C-SPAN, but whatever your paper wants to show, that's fine. What are you going to do? Have them redact that out of C-SPAN? You can't. You can't. It's been heard already. But there again, just like the fake Fauci, Rand Paul arguments over the origins of the fucking, the thing, the beer bug, right? See how we have to talk on YouTube? You see how we have to talk? So I hear in a little while, I'm going to cut off this YouTube and I'm going strictly over to Rumble, which the link to that channel is in the description of this video tonight. I urge everyone to, if you don't have an account over there, you don't have to have one. You can still watch. You just can't chat or like or anything like that. It's real easy if you want to sign up and have an account to be able to do that. And then you get notifications every time I or any of your other favorite creators go live or put up a video. You'll be notified. And that's where all the cool kids are going, maybe you haven't been able to find them as much over here on YouTube. And it's because the blue-haired communists in the basement of Google want to stifle our free speech. They don't want us to have an opinion that goes against the status quo, even if it hurts them monetarily. I've seen them. They just recently struck High Impact Flicks. High Impact Flicks was a big fucking earner for YouTube. Okay. He was a big earner. He had a lot of subscribers. He got a lot of views, which means that YouTube makes a lot of money, as well as so does Brian Young. And that's great. He puts a lot of work into his channel. So what do? They shut him down. For what? We're not really sure. Probably because he was, I don't know. I really don't know. But at the expense of an agenda, they will cut their own throat, which is very, very telling. It's almost like It was lightning? What the hell? Anyway, somebody tapped something and it made the dogs all freak out and bark. Really having a hard time staying on track with these interruptions. Man, really getting irritated with it. I got to stop. Anyway, yeah. So they're cutting their own throats regardless. And it's almost like the Japanese kamikaze pilots, you know, at the sacrifice of their own life, they going to try to sink a battleship by smashing into it, you know, which, hey, logistically makes a lot of sense. But you got to wonder where there's a dude's brain at that's doing that, you know. You got to really be wrapped up in a cause to be able to do something like that. And that's what I wonder. Why are they so vested in this Babylon style of decay that they want our entire society to be molded into? And this is why they want to target your kids, man. They're not as worried about you and me. They're worried, they want the kids. And they've already got them 6 to 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, all through the day. And so they're really hot on pushing this crap out to these kids and getting them molded into that, because then what happens in a very short period of time, those people are in the voter base. Because what I've come to find out at my age, I found out that, you know, 10 to 15 years really isn't that long of a period of time at all. To a lot of you, it may seem like it is. If you're like 30, yeah, that's like half your life. But when you start getting older, you start realizing, and time starts flying by so much faster, so much faster. I mean, it's like I totally forgot our anniversary. Shame on me. I didn't realize it was this late in the month. I can't believe April is almost over. This is blowing my mind how fast everything is going. So to start working on these people, and especially, you know, and it doesn't even need to actually take any 10 years. And these people start coming out into society with this programming that they don't want you to have any say in, that's obviously there to promote this agenda, this Babylonian agenda. This people, I'll tell you, I was talking to my neighbor about this today. And we were also discussing some of the things in my theory behind some of the changes in the Bible that have taken place due to this Mandela effect. And, you know, what's going on in the world and how these schools are and what they're doing. I actually saw, I wonder if I can find that. There was a teacher, this was out of England, and I saw this thing where a teacher was actually yelling at this kid who didn't care about the LGBTQRSLMNOP crap at all. He didn't care anything about it. Didn't want to have to learn about it, because it said it basically, I guess it goes against his morals, which, hey, good for you, kid. But the teacher was yelling at him, telling him, you're going to learn about this regardless of whether you want to or not. Now, why is that become something so important that it has to be taught in school? That was never an issue. None of that was ever an issue. School has turned into nothing but a social programming place. It's not a place of learning. Well, it's a place of learning a new social construct. It's not a place of gaining any knowledge at all. I mean, if you have to remember 32 different types of gender or whatever the hell they got, 78 or what, I don't know what they got. Now you got kids wanting to be animals and shit at school. You know, there comes a point in time when you have to go, you know, these are kids, and kids say and do stupid shit. This is why they're not allowed to do adult things, is because they do stupid shit. And it's our job to mold them so that they don't do stupid shit. So when the little boy puts on a dress, you say, no, don't be a sissy. That's for girls. You wear pants like a boy does. Or whatever the case may be. That's what we're here for. Okay. When I see these all-inclusive churches and they're sitting there proclaiming to be a Christian church, and I'm not claiming to be Christian or any other thing, but God damn it, don't be a hypocrite. But you're preaching out of a book that says it's an abomination for a man to lay with another man. You're not supposed to don women's garments, none of that shit. It's all in there, man. Yet you go about saying you're of that belief. Well, I don't understand how that can go. I don't understand. You're not a Christian. You are something else. You are definitely something else. You can't just pick and choose. It's not like a cafeteria if you're going to be with that. So that, I mean, even like I said in the past, King James, knowing of his reputation, why he would ever commission anyone to translate a collection of books that explicitly condemns the type of lifestyle that he lives, why he would even be interested in something like that. But here again, we're seeing things changing according to what we're seeing in society in scripture. Now there's talk of nursing fathers and his breasts full of milk. Another passage of two men in bed together and one is taken. These were never in there before. These were never in there before. There are mentions of things that are not even in the proper vernacular, calling women damsels and dukes. That's in there now. Unicorns. Where it says, and he had the strength of a wild ox. That's what it used to say. Now it says, and he had the strength of a unicorn. What? Of a unicorn? I think unicorns mentioned 6, 7 times. Unicorns. John the Baptist, his name has changed to John Baptist, like Jean Baptiste. Very strange. And there's a lot of things that have really, and people tend to not even notice, or they don't want to see it, or they'll say, oh, well, that's what printing is that? That's the first thing they'll say. When was this printed? You know, and of course that's what you're going to think, because it's impossible for words on paper in ink to just change without the intervention of another person, right? Or is it? It isn't. We see several instances of this. The one that gets me is you know, and there again, going along when we started having limited gatherings, where 2 or more gather in my name, I shall be in their midst, has now changed to where 2 or 3 gather in my name. It's like, wait a minute, limited gatherings. Okay, cool. Check this out. So let's take a poll. Which one's it going to be? Which one is it going to be, guys? Which one's the next? Which is going to be the next FF? Economic collapse, World War III, cyber attack, alien invasion? Which one? Which one? Who thinks? Who's even thinking? Nobody's thinking. Nobody thinks. I'm just kidding. I know you think. That's why you're here. So my wife, for our anniversary, got me. Anyway, we went to the Mimslin and had a lovely dinner. I had swordfish, and she had beef tips. Delicious. But she had this shirt made for me. Check this out. This is really cool. It's one of my logos that I use. And on the back, it says, hey, you know what? I can show you. You know why? Because I'm technographical, y'all. Let's see. I have to open up Facebook. Let's open up Facebook. Facebook sucks. Oh, did I say that out loud about Facebook sucking? Oh, look, see up over top of my head, I have a gravity pocket. You can see them sometimes. That's what that is. Let me go into this. Doodly doodly do. There we go. Now I can do it this way. I'm going to save it because I sent these to somebody today. All right, so here's the front of the shirt. You can see it's got my logo on there. And then, let's see, I got to make it the other side. Wow. All right, where's my other picture at? Why won't it let me go to the other one? Damn you. Well, do it this way. And then this one, I don't know why that wouldn't let me do it the way I wanted to, but it's probably because you're a bunch of peckerheads. There. And the little QR code takes you to my YouTube channel. I have another one with a different design that has the QR code goes over to the Rumble side. So I got Euro G333 over in the Rumble side, I see. Oh, that kind of rhymed, didn't it? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. We put the link. Thank you, Quantum Epic. Thank you very much. Yeah, my wife. This package came and I didn't know it's. I think the wife is kind of addicted to ordering shit online, and I can kind of understand it. There's an endorphin thing that happens with it, but every day, damn near, I go out there, it's been some kind of a little package. And then the other day, I went out there, got the mail, and there was some kind of a little package, and I was bringing it in, and I don't know, I don't know what I was thinking or whatever, but I just threw it in the garbage. And I mean, by accident, I didn't even think about it. I just threw it in the garbage because I had some other garbage in my hand or something I picked up on the way back from the mailbox. And she says, "Where's that package that came from me?" I was like, "Well, I'm sure I set it over there by the stove." She said, "No, it's not here." Then it started bothering me. I couldn't. Next day, she's like, "I found that. It was in the trash." I was like, "Oops, sorry. My bad." But that kind of shit happens when you're like this. But no, we're seeing a really, really, I don't know if you guys have ever checked out this guy. My God, he's had a hell of a time on, he has had the worst time on YouTube. But this is a great channel right here. I'm going to show you this. He's got some really funny shit on here. Odin's Men is the name of his channel. Let me show you. And he's on YouTube, but he has to cut everything up so bad that it ruins it. He's on Rumble. He's got a great channel on Rumble, but he really goes on a lot of this stuff, and it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. He's covered a lot of this Dylan Mulvaney guy, and he picks like the most funny shit that this guy's done. Check this out.
Like the articles written about me using he pronouns and calling me a man over and over again. And I feel like that should be illegal. I don't know. That's just bad journalism. Like the art.
So make it illegal. See, you got to be careful about that. You got to be careful about that. Because let me tell you something that happened to me one time. This is no shit. I was waiting tables. This woman and man, I thought, came in, and it was my table. And I didn't know any better. And I referred to this woman as sir through the entire meal. And I'm very attentive. I don't over bother people, but I mean, I'm always keeping my eye open. If I see something missing or they're out of drinks, I'll head over there and see if they want more. So through this entire thing, I called this woman sir and, talked to him like they were a guy. And some of the other servers were laughing. And I was like, I went back in the kitchen. I goes, what the fuck are y'all laughing about? And they said, that's a woman. I said, shut the fuck up. And they said, yeah, man, that's a woman. And I'm like, oh my God, should I apologize? I mean, or do I mean, wouldn't that seem like, I don't know what to do in that case? I wasn't trying to, and look at it. It wasn't a woman who was trying to dress like a man. It was just a really very masculine looking woman, man. I thought it was a dude. I did. And I didn't know whether I should go back and say, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were a woman, or that would have made it worse. I didn't know. So it's like, I don't know, man. Wear some fucking lipstick or something at least. I don't know. Then you still wouldn't know if it's some dude trying to dress. That's another thing. We lost an icon today. We did. We lost an icon. We lost Jerry Springer. That's right. We lost Jerry Springer today. He's in that big trailer park in hell now, surrounded by freaks. Domestic situations that only appear in the fantasies of twisted-minded people. That was his legacy. Jerry, we're going to miss you. Got into trouble for prostitution because he paid her with a personal check and it bounced. Then this is no shit. This happened. Good old Jerry. Jerry. I consider that a gain, not a loss. Now, come on. You can't tell me that you weren't just a little bit entertained by the little dude that was missing half his body that would walk around on the stage. Anybody remember that little dude would walk around on his hands out on the stage for no reason and just like climb up the pole and shit behind him just to add to the freaky of the show? They had to have that. You have to remember, you had to be entertained by that somewhat. Come on, y'all. Look here. Oh, look, they've released the Nashville shooters manifesto. They did have to redact a few things, but this is what we were left with right here. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, in a pretty timely fashion, I would imagine. That there it is. So there you have it. See, I'm always bringing you the breaking stuff. I'm bringing you the breaking news. Now here's oh my goodness. All right, hang on. Now here's something very brave.
You want to do this tonight?
Very brave and stunning. All right. Just a warning to some of you. This may make your eyes poop. But here you go.
Hello, my darling. You want to do this tonight? So I'll give you some for $20.
$20. Is she going to give that to me, or do I have to give that to him or her or whatever? Come on, y'all. These people are crazy. They are crazy. Look at here. This is the world we're in, man. This is the world we're in. And I want you to compare it. Any of you that have ever seen the Hunger Games, if you remember the capital city, dude, right? Am I on it or what? I mean, for real, this is ludicrous. I can't believe that this is. When I was a kid, man, I couldn't wait for the future. I was like, man, I can't wait till the future comes. Man, this is going to be really cool. And now it's here. And you know what I think? The future sucks. The future sucks balls. It does. There you go. Here we go. Right? This is why. Okay. This is exactly why they push this crap, so these weirdos can have access to your children. I don't know why they insist on having access to your children. Well, I do know why, and you know why. But it's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. Why would anybody be so worried whether or not kids are exposed to this bizarre behavior, or why would that be so important that they be exposed to that? I remember when I was a kid, my mom worked second shift, and I was really little. And my dad took me to the circus. And this is back in the day when they had a freak tent. They had a freak show tent. And we went in there, and I saw all kinds of bizarre shit in there, man. Two-headed baby in a jar and all kinds of crazy shit. That night, my mom come home from work, and I told her, oh, my God, Dad, we went to the circus. And she said, yeah, did you have fun? I said, yeah, we went to the freak show. I started telling her, and my mom was pissed. She goes, you took that child to a freak show? Now we got people fighting for the right, demanding that your children come and be part of their freak show. Come watch my big overweight ass in a thong with shaking my balls in your kid's face while I read a story. What in the world is wrong with these damn people, man? I don't get it. I don't get it. Look at this. This is
Lady Mercury.
Look, here's another one. This is somebody, this guy, Lady Mercury. Is this the same one? I can't tell. They're also bizarre. Watch this.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lady Mercury, and I'm here for my show. It's not starting yet. Why? Oh, I know why. I'm in my dressing room. I need some champagne. Where's my champagne? I demand champagne. I love you, but I must do this. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
So that person apparently has Down syndrome. I'm sure that was not his idea or her idea. There's no lengths that these people won't go to. And it's really coming to a time where this is, like I said, this is going to be a rubber band snapping back. When it goes the other way, look at here, 33 watching, Illuminati confirmed. This is going to snap back the other way, and that's just as dangerous. But this is the... No, I mean, that's... I'm not even going to show that again. I'm not even going to show that again. That's... And I thought somebody else was bad for exploiting a mentally challenged person for their entertainment. And then we got that. It's just as bad. It's the same demonic entities behind the coercion of that young person to do that. I don't even know what to say. And then there's this guy, the Jeffrey Marsh. Oh my God. They are... You see, am I on his page? I believe I am. Yes, I am. I want to go over to this right here. Now, this guy, this one's another fruitcake. This is another fruitcake right here. This one right here. He actively had Patreon. And what the hell is wrong with people letting their kids sign up for this guy's Patreon? This guy, I'm for real. Watch this crazy son of a... Wow. Watch this.
No matter how much you think you're alone, you're not. It is okay to be outrageous, and it is okay to love your life. Oh yes, haters gonna hate, but lovers are going to love too. Oh, we have got to keep fighting for what we believe in. Don't get discouraged. Come out wherever you
God.
are.
You were out, but no, I'm never gonna be, 'cause I don't wanna be, no, I don't wanna sit still, look pretty.
forget. The only thing life ever asks from you is wholehearted participation. Happiness isn't some internet meme, it's a learned skill. Oh, you deserve happiness. You can ask other people for advice, but remember, ultimately, it's your life.
And I see your true colors shining through.
You do deserve to be here, and you do deserve to have fun. Do not wait to be happy until things are perfect. Be happy now. I'm glad you have integrity. I'm glad that you're doing what you know is right. Be you, be cute, be delightful, yes.
We don't talk anymore.
Now, apparently, this is before he started shrooming the children. He's been kind of strange there for. I mean, he's very flamboyant, but I also have to say, stunning and brave. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, stunning and brave.
We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore.
Oh, you're beautiful now. You don't need to be what they want you to be.
Oh my God.
Don't get so caught up inside your head. There's a whole world out there. Yes, people will say mean, nasty, dumb things. We don't have to be like them. I'm so proud of you. I'm glad you're here. Oh yeah, you just mean the world to me. Wow! You can't become perfect because you're perfect already. It's Friday.
Wow.
Feel good. Do your nails and be you. You can look squarely at yourself and like what you see. Don't be afraid to say what's on your mind. You deserve to be heard.
Unless it goes against the agenda, and then we're going to lose our shit.
You are doing great. This is not a contest. You deserve to be happy, plain and simple. Do you ever feel?
What I mean, this guy's whole thought process are motivational cat posters, basically. If you think about everything he just said, you could put that on one of those motivational cat posters you always see in some.
Like people don't get you, and that is upsetting. You don't have to try so hard. You can let go a little bit.
Wow. So there's millions and millions of people's kids are watching this fruit. Okay. Very impressionable children. I mean, it's and this thing too with this right here with this guy. Hang on.
Anybody who says
Leah Thompson, the swimmer. I mean, I can't even understand you. I suck at sports so fucking bad that I'm going to pretend to be a chick so I can win. Are you shitting me? And they're tolerating. Look, okay, all right. You want to have trans people in sports? Have a trans division. Problem solved, right? Problem solved. Men, women, trans. Then they have to do that with the toilets. There's men, there's women. If you're not really sure, go on in that one that's got the guy and the girl on it. There you go. Problem solved. So just have a trans division. It'll probably go the same way as the WNBA, but for crying out loud, at least they're trying something. But this right here is nothing more than someone who sucks at sports that wants to win. And I think this is born right out of that damn everybody gets a fucking ribbon. Yeah, fucking Anita Bryant, right? I remember that. Anita Bryant, yes. Damn, I remember that. We're old, brother. A lot of these people don't even know what that whole controversy was. Anita Bryant was the she was some kind of Florida orange juice spokesperson and she came out in as a pro-gay person, and they fired her and all kinds of shit. So I don't know, man. It was really all crazy. All my loved ones, friends, and relatives turn on me and treat. Yeah. They will. They will. Yeah, that's the whole thing, and this is what you're starting to see in the religious sect. There's a guy has a great channel called Wake Up or Else on here, John, and he has a great channel, and he covers primarily a lot of these Bible Mandela effects, and he's gone through literal hell with one church that he got kicked out of. Now, like I said, you would think that there would be clergy. This is pointed out to them, and by this point in time, they can't not know. But they cover for it. And that tells me completely everything I need to know about them right there. Because in all reality, they should be proclaiming from the rooftops as to what's going on and pointing out where it says in scripture that this will happen. But they don't. They cover for it. They want to say it's a psyop. Some of them even saying that Brian Staveley's doing it, which he may be. He may be. Brian, if you're out there, I don't know, man. You got some splaining to do, Brian. You got some splaining. I mean, hell, he changed the name of his own town for crying out loud. No, I'm just kidding, Brian. But they should be, like I'm saying, they should be proclaiming from the rooftops. And here a guy who was literally denying this and saying that it wasn't changing in the Hebrew was on Brian Staveley's channel last night, and we found that it is changing. He has found that it is changing. He finally come on to it. And that was pretty cool. I was like, oh, wow. So it's permeating into other versions, so to speak. So that's one of the reasons I bought one of these Good News Bibles. It's written in plain everyday English. And I'm going to see if I see any changes take place in that as well. I don't know. Just something to hang on to. Also, if there's anybody out there that's familiar with the Book of Mormon, that is a Mormon, if you've noticed any of these changes, let me know, because I'm not familiar with the Book of Mormon. I just got one at the thrift store the other day. I'm familiar with this kind of the story behind what their beliefs and everything are, but as far as the scriptures themselves, I'm not familiar with. So, if there's any Mormons out there to know anything, have noticed any changes in that. Also, likewise, anyone that have noticed any changes in the Quran, that would be helpful to know as well. There's Dreamies on here. Look at here. Just one second. It's all Boy George's fault. Most like there's Dreamies. You got to echo, Dreamy. There you go.
I know. I just muted YouTube. Sorry about that. Also, this is something that I've read books on, and also just heard, and then after reading books and heard things, Satan worshipers, they're the occult worshipers, what they would do is they would come into the churches and they would sit and they would get to know everybody, usually very friendly people. They make a lot of donations, large sums of donations. They'll start out small, and then they'll start out and they choose churches that are kind of vulnerable. Like maybe they need a painting or something like that and spruced up. So they'll join that church and get really in with them. And they know their Bible. Inside out, backwards, upside down, it don't matter. They know it. And so what they did is they went into the churches, and then they start, as they start donating a little more and stuff, they will end up giving like anonymous donations in huge sums. Then they get put in higher places, like maybe a deacon or this or that within the church. They are the ones that created children's church, because used to, you went to church, you went after your classes, and then you went into church with the family. They separated the family by making and creating children churches and nurseries within churches. And by doing that, everyone's like, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That's great. That's fantastic. That's a good idea. You know, now all the parents can hear what they need to hear while they're over here in another classroom teaching your kids crap.
Right.
And it was all created that way. I mean, if you sit back and look at it, it gets crazy. They totally separated kids.
They are, and it's got to the point. Well, and it's so bad with these indoctrination centers. I'm sure that if any of you, especially in recent years, have kids you've sent off to college, they come back after like the first or second semester, and they're like Che Guevara or some shit. You know, I mean, they're completely, you know, anti this, anti that. You know, it's got a and got a label for every goddamn thing in the world. This little clip here was sent to me by I still don't know how to pronounce that. It's on the Rumble side, Afgeslotenhaus. It sounds German. But anyway, let's go ahead and see what it is.
Where are the freaks? I'm getting bored. Freaks.
It was in the fall when I realized the world I had known was forever doomed. I knew I was about to enter the gates of hell, but like the inescapable pull of gravity, there was nothing I could do about it.
Let's hope they start bringing in some paying customers.
Dear diary, I have seen my future. It is pink and wrapped in silk.
You're gonna be big stars. You're gonna pack that house night after night.
We're nobody's trained monkey.
This place is as good as it gets for folks
What
like
Kathy
us.
Bates?
Human oddity! What you're about to see will astound your senses and harrow your very souls.
Freak! They're freaks! Come tomorrow morning, my boys are gonna come over here and run you out of town. There is no place in Jupiter for freaks. Don't call us freaks!
That's interesting. It says there's no place in Jupiter because in Uranus, Missouri, there's a freak show museum. So I thought that was kind of interesting, that correlation there. Is that a TV show, American Horror Story? Yeah, I guess so. Season 4
I
had
don't know.
Kathy Bates was that bearded woman. That looks like that might be an interesting thing to watch. I don't know. But yeah, there's a whole it used to be, man, they'd have people like that had deformities and shit, and that was the only way they could really make any money. Now, some of them were actually like these what would they call them? These geeks. You ever heard of them, Dreamy? The circus geeks?
Oh, yes. I've heard of them. I've never seen them.
Yeah, I never saw one either, because I think that they'd kind of stopped the practice by the time I'd come along. But apparently back in the day, what they would do is they would get somebody who was like a drunk, and then they'd get them stressed out with the alcohol and keep them caged, and they would actually go crazy. And they'd make them do that in order to get more alcohol or opium.
Well, see, the one thing I see is they create something that's outrageous, or maybe just infiltrate something that's even good. But what I see is they do it through bribery and money. You can make a lot of money, and even though it's an exploitation of the person that they're giving the money to, every job, people don't even think before they take it. They're taking it for the money so they can pay their bills. That's the way they think. It's psychological, up one side, down the other, at every turn. And that's why somebody asked earlier in chat, how do we know what reality is? Well, you have to go back to the Great Spirit or Creator's handiwork. That's where the reality is. It isn't in all this artificial entertainment. But people are super addicted to it. They started out with TV, reality shows came up, and then it just exploded. And now everybody wants in on to be the reality star with their own show on YouTube and all these other platforms. That's what I'm seeing.
ZXL Master has a lot of wisdom. I like ZXL. He's very talented guy too, man.
Yes.
Very talented.
I agree with that too, because we do. When we train our children or we let them see all this junk, then that's what they're going to learn and think is okay.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. This is interesting along these lines. I just found this and I'd seen this. This is pretty good. You're gonna like this. This is from a movie called let's see, Nightmare Alley from 2021.
Is it
It's a theme.
is it a scary horror show? I don't watch those. I don't like anything.
Well, it's basically okay. This is with Willem Dafoe and Bradley Cooper, and what they're discussing is how to get a geek. And there's these people, they would eat a chicken, bite its head off and shit, right?
Oh yeah.
And they were like complete crazy dudes, right? So check this out. This is how they did it.
How do you ever get a guy to geek?
Oh, hang on. It's going to give me a circle of despair, of course.
There you go.
Of course.
It's up.
Come on. You can do it. Here we go.
Oh, I ain't gonna crap you up. It ain't easy.
Oh, come.
Easy. You gotta pick up a broken drunk, a real alky, a 2-bottle-a-day full, see?
Pick him up from where?
Nightmare alleys, train tracks, flap houses, you name it. A lot of folks came back from the war addicted to the poppy, the booze.
God bless America. Probably got to reboot my freaking internet again.
Now,
yeah, it's the update thing. They're working out the bugs now they gave us.
And then with booze.
Listen.
You tell them, I got a little job for you. It's a temporary job. Make sure you emphasize that. Just temporary until we get ourselves another gig. You spike it with that opium tincture. 1 drop per bottle. That's all. But now, this is what he thinks is heaven. So you say to him like this, you say to him, well, I got to get me a real geek. He says, ain't I doing okay? You say, like crap, you're doing okay. You can't draw a real crowd faking a geek, you're through. And you walk off. Now that night, you drag out the lecture, you laid on thick. All the while you're talking, he's thinking about sobering up, getting the crawling shakes, screaming, terrors. You give him time to think that over while you're talking. Then you throw him the chicken. You geek.
Poor soul.
Poor soul, he says. But yeah, get him addicted to the opium. Get him addicted to the, yeah. This is the best place to find them. Is these desperate people in the flop houses and the alleys and you know, the castaways. You offer them up the money, you need a temporary geek, and say, yeah, I'm going to have to go find it. Oh, wait, I was enjoying this here. You know, I want more of that shit. Hello, Tina.
Right.
I was watching you on Welsh just before I went live. Good to see you tonight, dear. So yeah, we're seeing that, you know, this is, I don't know, what would possess people, you see?
Well, have you ever thought what would you do if you were offered a huge windfall of money and you could buy whatever you wanted till the day you died and you never had to ask or look at a price ever again? Well, what would you do for that?
I don't know. Nothing that would go against my morals.
Well, I mean, but I'm saying if somebody asked you to do certain things that you were against your morals.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because I realized that, look, this temporary shit thing that we're doing right here. Okay,
Well, think about all the people that will do it for less.
Oh, I saw where recently they'd done a poll where people were asked that if you could receive $10,000, but upon you getting that $10,000, that would mean that some random person in the world would die as a result of you getting that $10,000. Would you do it? And 47% of over 10,000 people that answered said that they would take the money, never once realizing that that random person could indeed be themselves.
Exactly.
But see, because I have no connection, it's okay. This is why it's all right. We don't think a thing of it when they come on the TV and they tell us, oh, today U.S. forces dropped so many tons of bomb on such and such a place, da 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 da. It's like, oh, well, I don't know any of those people and I've never been there, so it doesn't fucking matter to me.
It doesn't matter that you're paying taxes that actually provided those the weapons and the ammunition. Never mind the jobs in the steel industry and
they've got the
mines.
answer to that. They got the answer to that. Good, because them people they hate us for our freedom. No,
we all participate.
They hate you because you destroyed their village and killed their friends and family. That's why they hate you.
Right. But I mean, everyone in this world on Earth is participating in some way or another in the death and the destruction of it all. And they can't see it to save their freaking life. That's like the saying says, you can't see the forest for the trees.
Right.
I mean, what you just said, do you think that those kids growing up working in McDonald's and Burger King and all this fast food crap that's so loaded with chemicals and garbage, it's not even real anymore? And they hand that over the counter, not realize they're slowly killing the person they just smiled at and told to have a nice day.
I wonder if that.
Sorry, I just happened to see the reality in it all.
Well, you have to.
It's frustrating because people won't listen.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Did you know at Monsanto they serve nothing but organic food in the cafeteria?
Oh, I believe it. Of course, people that truly know, but the unsuspecting mother with her kids or dad or family or whatever.
Tina.
In California, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, Tina, I didn't see it. Give me just a second. I am going to give you moderator status, and you can put the link in here, and provided it's not too long of a video. Oh, you already have moderator status. I should have known. Okay, let's see what that's about. Is it a long one? No. All right. Cool. Here we go. This is this is on Uncle Artie's Bar and Grill of Stupidity. Uncle Artie, if you don't know who Uncle Artie is, he's a hell of a card. Still thinks he lives on a spinning space testicle, but I like the dude. He's a trip, man. The same thing with Welsh News, man. He and I do not agree on anything. It was funny. He had a show going one night where if you paid a super chat, depending on how much you paid him, was how much the voltage would be. And he had a thing that would shock him. So people would send him super chats and he'd have to get shocked, right? So I made him mad as hell. I said, the world's flat, Dan. Sent it in a super chat. So he had to get buzzed and he's going, it's a fucking globe. It was great. Anyway, let me put this up here. This is from those of you that don't know of Tina Slay. I'm sure most of you do that are here tonight. Let me see if there's any that I can figure out. Username redacted, might not, sign symbols, colors. Anyway, Tina's son was murdered by the DEA, which is no longer the Drug Enforcement Agency and never has been. It's apparently now the Drug Enforcement Administration, another Mandela effect that there is shitloads of residue of. But I digress. Her son was murdered, and she has been trying to get justice done for a couple of years now. and been running
her son was
into
murdered.
A lot of stonewalling and a lot of corruption, and finally got a hold of some kick-ass attorneys. Those are her words. It caused him a heart attack. The shock thing gave him a heart attack. Oh my God, I didn't know that. So anyway, these people murdered, and she's getting some justice on that. There's also, I'm going to put it down here because if any of you do the hashtag thing, I don't know if it shows up the way it's supposed to. The justice for, is it a letter for? Put the hashtag for justice for Caleb. I can't remember if it's an FOR or the letter or the number 4. So anyway, this is a short video. We're going to go ahead and watch this. Let me present this up here. Oh, it's right on there. Justice for Caleb Slay. There it is. I'm a dumbass. I should have seen that. And I had to ask questions because I'm dumb. Anyway, if you hit that in your social media, you'll find out even more about it. But it pisses me off every time I tell somebody about it. So
They can see the dog on his way. Some messages of people talking about Caleb. And this other club, he was not. No. The first club he worked 8 years as a drug dealer because it was one of Caleb's friends, and they stopped him.
I bet when Gasparoni gets out of his car,
Caleb's at his front door.
So he's still basically crossing the driveway.
He didn't even cross. He crossed the yard. He was going to the house.
wow. Well, I'll tell you what, it's good to see that you've got some. I come to think of it, I did see that you sent me a link to that before, I think, Tina, or at least something similar. Yeah, I think it was the same video. So I did see it, actually, I believe. So in any case, yeah, that was really a terrible thing. Hello, evening, Ironton Auditor. Ironton Auditor's here tonight. Hello, Ironton. Good to see you. Yeah, I think I saw the daylight video. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure that's the one I saw because I don't remember it being that dark. It's so much I view, so much I see all the time. I want to thank who was it? Somebody sent me. Let's see. MCAX. Are they here tonight? They sent me a bunch of cool documents that I still need to go over, but they look pretty cool. U.S. Army Civil Disturbances PDF, the one on internment and resettlement. I have that actually on my other computer. Lambda and its meaning, Greek lambda sign. So that's pretty cool. I want to thank you for sending that stuff to me. MCAX, that's how I'm going to pronounce it. I guess that's what some of y'all got some really strange ass names out there. I tell you what, you really got some strange ass names. Anyway, I had this as well. This is another Decepticon right here. And this is what I was saying. If you suck so bad that
they're like, oh, we respect Leah as a woman, as a trans woman, whatever. We respect her.
No, nobody respects you as a woman because you're a dude. Anybody who says Leah Thomas, right, the swimmer who was the 300th place man who then won, anybody who says, yes, I respect Leah Thomas as a woman's lying. Now, you could be kind to them if you know them and you like Leah. But you don't respect it because you know it's not true. You know it's a delusion. You're being nice because you feel bad for them.
Identity, we just don't think it's fair. You can't really have that sort of half support where you're like, oh, I respect her as a woman here, but not here.
We could do that all day. We could absolutely do that. You shouldn't be swimming with women because you're a man. Now, I could be nice to you. Let's just define respect for a minute. I can be respectful if Leah's my neighbor. And I'm not mean. I'm not mean-hearted, mean-spirited to Leah. So that's a level of respect, right? But I don't have to respect this fucking crazy shit where you're wrecking society, jamming this shit down our throat. And then you wonder why people comment, you get offended. No one even had known who you were until you did this shit.
They're using the guise of feminism to sort of push transphobic beliefs. And I think
now that's the problem. We have to stop that. So if you don't want men with dicks in women's sports, it's transphobic. No. They say it's feminism. If women speak out against it, it's common fucking sense. That is a man. And the whole point of women's sports was to make it competitive for women to play against each other, whatever the sport was, right? That's why we had it. And then we injected Title IX, which gave money to women's sports because the men's sports make all the money. So if you look at women's sports, say in college, men's sports make all the money and fund the women's sports. But now we've got men in women's sports, which makes no sense.
See, the guy, I mean, that's common sense. That's common sense. That's truth. But you can't say that. ZXL, if you're looking for that dunce cap photo, I have a copy on my laptop, which I have to fire up. I haven't done that in quite some time. But I know that Tina Slay's got that dunce cap photo. If you have it, Tina, I know you do. I have it too. I'd have to get it off of my I was going to say look on my community page, but that channel's gone now. Apparently Chile is suing Welsh News Network. Did you know that, Dreamy?
No, I didn't know that. I stopped paying attention to him. I have so much better things to do and so many other people to support, that I try to, because I have the time, give them the airtime to get their message out because I support what they are putting out there. There is so much information that we could really use, and some of us don't have it yet.
Let's see, where's this going to? Where's this taking me? What do we got? Tina sent me. Oh, this is the daylight one. This is the daytime video. Hang on, let me open that up here. What's this weed transfer? Oh, I don't even know what the hell they're doing. All right, I agree. Oh, I got to download it. Okay. I'm not sure. Let me see if I
told us that the algorithm will push videos up based on the views they get, that it pushes them up. I try hard to just read captions and take a little bit of information from that, and if it's something along those lines, I don't generally click on it. I'd rather click on somebody like yours or BJ
Right.
or something like that.
It's kind of like let me see this thing. Yeah, share
Or
tab audio
ANCAP
window.
Cop Watch or James Freeman, somebody else. I just prefer to watch that.
Yeah, same here. I got really sick of the chili shit after a while.
Yeah.
And there's people are still going with it. And I guess Welsh is getting sued by him now.
Well,
I'm starting to get jealous. I should sue Chili for discrimination. That's what it should
But
do.
see, here's something you should be happy about. He actually looks up to you, and he doesn't want to challenge that because he knows he ain't good enough.
Who's that? Chili?
So, yeah, he knows
Oh.
he ain't good enough. Now, some people he challenges just because it's, to me, it's more like him to be able to put on a show because he thinks he's one up on him. You know what I mean? But he's tested you, and just the same way he tested me. He ain't never said anything about me after I called him out in a live chat. And that was when he was submitting those supposed federal lawsuits. And I said, you can request a waiver of fees if you don't have the money. And so he makes the offhanded remark, I can't have fees waived on this or something along those lines. And the lady says, oh yes, you can. I can get the paperwork. And he goes, oh no, it's probably quicker if I just pay for it, right? And when he said that, I saw that who he was as transparent as a freaking glass window.
Yep.
And that was when I was done. And he never came back at me, but he's done the same with you. And I've noticed that if he feels he can't one up you, then he won't bother with you. He's going for the ones that don't have much that he thinks he can win. Like Kate, he underestimated her. So yeah, people like that, you know people by their actions and their words. If their words and actions don't match.
See, Renee says Chili still has subscribers. It's unbelievable. And it's like, well, yeah, if you buy subscribers, I mean, watch his view count though. I mean, and how many of those people are watching just because he's a train wreck, you know? This is Tina's video that she did in daytime. So let me know if you can hear this. I hope you can. I told it to include this house.
All right, everybody. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you something. You see this patch right here? You see this car right here? Right here is where Casey Ray was. Right there where that trash can is, just on the other side of that tree, is where my son lost his life. So now it is 5:04 p.m. on Friday, and I'm going to drive down this road because I know that during the dark, it was hard to see.
Are you guys
I can hear it.
Everybody can hear that? Okay, good. We've had issues with playing media files like this outside of the internet, you know, like off of the standalone with it, no audio, but I think I've figured that out now.
Now understand that's 4 houses from the major street that I just left. I want to show you in real time exactly what it would have taken to get to Mercy ER. If I'd gone the other way, it could have been quicker, but let me just show you. So here's the stop sign. I'm at Cherokee and Maryland Avenue. For anybody who wants to Google Earth this. I've made one turn because I have a stop sign. Now understand, I'm not running lights and sirens. I'm driving normally. It's not raining in the video for my attorney. It's not doing any of the sort. But looky here. There's Mercy Hospital. All I have to do is get through this nice little light right here. It's 5:05. Look at this.
Jesus Christ.
And there's the emergency room. That's how close my son was to help. My son sat on that ground for 15 minutes, fighting to breathe. 15 minutes.
Good God. That's insane. It's right there. I mean, you could damn near spit on the hospital from where it happened. I mean, that's outrageous. That's just fucking outrageous. Well, see, that's the thing too. If you know anything about what these cops do and what they're actually trained, it's better to kill the guy than it is to have somebody who you might have a lawsuit come up against you. Okay? Dead men tell no tales.
That's right.
And that's
Dead
how
men
they
don't talk.
That's right,
And
man.
I've had cops actually tell me that. Actually, the sheriff told me that in Texas when we moved out in the country, and it was going to take 45 minutes to an hour or longer to get help out to where we lived. So we had to have a weapon in the house, you know, a firearm. We had to have one because they couldn't maybe not get there to save us or whatever. I got dogs. That's all I need, the alarm clock. I got the rest. But the thing is they told us too to make sure they were in the house, you know, or on the property, you know, with something in their hand or whatever. Because, you know, it's the evidence is going to tell them what happened, basically. And we have a right of self-defense. So if you're thinking that they're going to do you harm or your family harm, then yeah, you can take care of the matter yourself before they ever get there.
Yeah. Wow. I got another one for y'all. Check this out. Whoops. That's the wrong button. Can't be hitting the wrong button. This is that Jeffrey Marsh guy.
Do you know why they always target trans kids?
I've never been more optimistic about America's future.
How do you use they, them pronouns first? We do, in fact, get periods. We do.
We need to talk about genital preferences.
The trigender gender identity.
I sell gawk, that I sell sheeness on the.
Talk about void self pronouns.
We made a lot of progress because of all of you.
We have made a lot of progress. If progress means fucking up the country, you've done a great job, Joe. Good work.
But there's more to do.
I need help because I made the mistake of buying my parents and younger sibling and my girlfriend all expensive gifts for Christmas. And 3 out of those 4 people want to know where the money came from. How on earth?
To say you were sucking dick on the New Jersey Turnpike Flying J, that would be studying a brave like it's sex work. Or OnlyFans dog toys up the ass. Good job.
Am I supposed to tell them that I sell gawk, that I sell sheeness on the internet without them going ballistic? How do?
So let's finish the job.
Who could vote for this guy? I just want to hear if you're a Democrat rage watching, please tell me what he's done. I get it. If you just vote D hard all the time, just say, I just vote D all the time. That's why he's outstanding.
Mom said it's never been a good bet to bet against America. And I can honestly say, as I stand here today, I've never been more optimistic about America's future.
Okay, so I apologize for the delay, but it's Casper here. And
Here's another one we're paying for: Medicaid, government subsidized housing, food stamps, trans pay in San Francisco. Stunning and brave, right? We just need more of these people. If all we had was more acceptance, America would be great.
That is not a welfare kid. That is a rich kid.
Yeah, it seems like it. Well, once they become an adult, though, you see.
Then they'll be poor.
Yeah, well. Listen, the state does not want people off welfare rolls. They want more to get on. When my wife worked at the health department, she really got an eye opener when it came to that's where they got the WIC. You know what WIC coupons are?
Yep.
For women with children, they can get milk and certain items with these coupons, right? Well, as the numbers had decreased, had gone down, the number of people enrolled with that. And Leanne was like, well, that's good. That means, more people are getting on their feet. And they were like, no, we have to lower the standards so we can get the numbers up.
Yeah, that's the way government budgeting works.
Yeah, they wanted to
that's how they get a raise the next year.
Yeah. Right. And this is just a micro of the entire macrocosm. That's how the entire thing works.
Yeah, nobody in charge of any department ever wants to have a smaller department and a less prestigious role.
Well, look at CPS. This is how it works within. If a foster parent signs up to take care of somebody else's child, they'll get paid like $1,400 a month to take care of that child. They don't have to buy anything for that child out of that money. They're paying the utilities and this and that. That's its room and board, basically, and its food.
Shit, I know what my new job is.
And then a mother, instead of being able to stay home and bond with her child, I'm just putting it in a different perspective. She could be paid that same amount of money, right, to stay home, bond with her children and everything until they're up in school and able to take a day job, you know?
Yeah, the whole CPS
So
system
why
is
not go ahead and
nightmarish.
pay that mother instead of pay CPS to put them over here in a foster care? Give
Here in
that mother
Kansas,
the opportunity
CPS is
of a better way of life.
they source all that stuff out to
Is
a
there
private
something
company
wrong?
that's in charge of both.
They are a private company. It's run by the
Yeah,
Catholics.
and they do both like child removal and child placement. So they're got a conflict of interest there.
Right.
Well,
I dealt with it. My family sicked them on me every time I turned around.
when it comes to like how they get these guys and try to fuck them with child support. Okay.
Right.
Now, I agree that, if you've got a child, you should, help with the financial aspect of it, whether you're with your wife or no longer with her or baby mama or whatever the hell you want to call it. Either way, you have two people that are both equally responsible for this child.
Right.
So there should be a set standard amount that is agreed upon that it takes per month or per week to raise a child adequately in the United States. This is all that anyone should pay.
Oh, they
It
go
shouldn't be
off
based
a
on
minimum
how much,
standard.
it shouldn't be a graduated scale based on how much you make.
I don't think it should exist at all. I think it's had a negative effect, and it's made fathers feel like their entire role is just to pay that check, and then they're done being parents.
Well, and to exacerbate that even more,
It's for federal employees too. It's a policy for federal employees having nothing to do with anyone else
well,
except
it's
for
complete.
federal.
It's satanic as hell. There again, I don't know if y'all caught when Ryan was talking the other night in Michigan. Matters of child support and custody and things like that are handled by what's known as the friend of the court.
Yep.
The friend of the court. If that isn't a creepy title, I don't know what is.
You want to hear something even creepier?
He's naked the whole time?
Even though it's in an 810 area code of Oakland County, their area code prefix is 666. No shit. But and they're the ones that handle that. Now I'll tell you the way that they are is that, and this isn't just Michigan, this is in any illegal, and they are illegal because it's not a court of record. There's no stenographer, there's no record taken. So in these family courts, as they call them, which actually tear families apart, the man is automatically treated like the bad guy by volition of his sex. I mean, it's like you would think that everybody in that building just spent a marathon week watching nothing but Lifetime movies. Lifetime, because men are bad, and it's like, what the fuck, I had gone through that situation myself, and I'm sure there's others out there that have done the same, and they can attest to the same.
Me too.
Well,
there's no. Go ahead.
I know I'm not a man, but I'm going to tell you, I'd rather go against a million men as one woman. Because women are the worst. They are the most sadistic creatures on this fucking planet, some of them, that if you see the worst child trafficking situations in the news, it's always a woman behind it. Not a man, but a woman. And that is what just, to me, people don't see that. Oh, the woman is the caregiver. No, the woman's like that fucking Black Widow in some situations, I'm not saying every woman, but I'm saying that there are the worst of the worst are women. I'm sorry.
What if a guy, and he has to go in there, and it's regarding something like this, would he get more favorable treatment if he put on a wig and claimed that he now had a female penis?
Probably you're a protected class then.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that would give him rights over the mother.
I know that when I was, living a sketchier lifestyle, if I was in the car with another person, a dude, I'd tell them, look, if we get pulled over, we're holding fucking hands, and you don't say a goddamn thing about it.
Right.
That's the only class I can try to.
Yeah, you're definitely not. Yeah, I was gonna say that's
you have.
We see a cop. We
you
see
do?
a cop. It's always a joke. I always go, "Hey, it's the cops. Act white."
A friend of mine called her. She got in an argument with my boyfriend, and she called the cops. So I went outside in the freaking snow, barefooted, followed him out the door because I knew the cops were coming. And so I was out there by his truck talking to him and everything, and I see the cops come rolling up. So I told him, let me stand on your feet. My feet are frozen, and kiss me, And so I made him kiss me, and the cops walked right by us because they didn't know who called. And they said, you guys didn't call. You don't look like you're having a dispute, And they just kept on going and kind of laughed and chuckled and walked on. I told them, okay, now get the hell out of here. My feet are frozen because they stood there and talked to us for a second or two, But yeah, if you don't have a plan in your head, I'm always thinking ahead because it's just good to second guess everybody around you.
You got street smarts.
Yes, common sense.
Yeah. I
see what's coming before it gets there.
I had my ex-wife and my girlfriend's mom colluded and made corroborating reports of DCF on me back in the day, but I had already hacked into both of their Facebooks, so I saw the conversation.
Wow.
Now here's another
thing.
To
me, that's not fair. I was totally prepared to share my kids with my husband when we were getting divorced. It was what he did in a courtroom that changed everything for himself. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't ask for that. So, if a father he's a good father, he should stay in the kid's life. I think that's very important. It's more important than the money.
This is from Jeebus Crisp. I think this is another deception that we're getting too, because we've all known about Operation Bluebeam, Project Bluebeam, for a long time, and then it's been summarized that one of the things they'll try to do is fake an alien invasion.
Hey, now, my skin's turning green.
I do believe that they have very large and different type of aircraft than what we know about. And they have for quite some time. Where they got the technology, that's all for speculation. But this is something that was just sent to me by Jeebus Crisp. He apparently took this video, so let's take a quick look at it and see what it is. He says he's been seeing this every night around 3 a.m. for the past 2 weeks. Ooh, tubular bells. Wow, that thing's like all over the place. Look at that. It's like only little lights, it's like blinking on and off all over the fucking place. What the hell? He sent another one too. Let me see if y'all type too many damn messages in here. Is this a different one right here? Wait, I need to do it from here, or else this will give me a rough way to go. Let me see. Love the title. Right on. Let's see. There was the other one. Is this a different one? You sent two? Is that what I'm to understand? Oh, okay. UOPs over Raceland, Kentucky. All right.
I threw it away because it was so worn out that it's like the cords were ripping and they sparked against each other.
What happened now?
I was talking to my girlfriend.
Oh.
She's like, "What happened to the brown extension cord?" But almost burned the house down because
Yeah.
both sides had like just worn over time enough to where they're ripped, and then the two wires cross.
Man, I worked for this dude that he was such a cheap motherfucker. He wouldn't get nothing new. He had just the most decrepit fucking tools and shit. And he had this extension cord. It had a bare spot in it, and it was laying across, and it was wet on the deck. And man, you don't notice that I got insulated soles on and shit on my boots, right? I reached down to pick up some nails, and my fingers hit that fucking water and about goddamn zapped the shit out of me. And I'm like, fucking shorted shit out. I'm like, are you shitting me, man? Are you for real doing this? I didn't work.
I'm going to get a new cord out of the garage.
That's just insane. Anyway, let's watch.
I got a ton of cords. It's just like that one was. How sometimes there's those things. It was like the perfect length, right? It was like 12 feet long or something. So it's kind of a convenient length, but looks like we're pulling out one of the big boys.
Yeah, that's how I end up having to do. I got the big, 40-foot fucking extension cord, and I only need like 5 feet. Got a whole big orange cord coiled up on the floor, plugged into some shit. That's me. That's how I roll.
Here's my $200 extension cord to plug in the clippers.
So these things are just like flickering on and off, it looks like. Maybe something if it's doing like some kind of a fucking code.
And that's in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that here too. And sometimes you'll see things and they won't be very bright. They'll just be a group of them going. I've seen crazy things where it looks like they're like having a war with each other. I mean,
yeah, like there's a like muzzle.
You'll see
flashes.
you'll see something, but it's much smaller and not like a shooting star, but similar.
It almost looks like an aerial view of a battle going on, like you see the muzzle flashes.
Yeah, and so you will, and then other times you'll just see like a blink over here and then a blink over there, like they're kind of letting each other know where they are, because they do have the where they can shut their radar off where you can't see them, like the stealth bomber. Oh, that's what I knew it as.
You guys took acid without me, didn't you?
Does anyone feel like time passing faster? Oh my God, yes. I was just talking about that. You were probably not here, Brian, or Bearsworth. I just said we went to dinner tonight for our anniversary, which totally whipped right past me. First off, I can't believe this is the second time my wife and I have been married. This time around, this is 8 years. I can't believe it's been 8 fucking years, man.
Oh, you did one of those?
Yeah.
And the first lawyer I talked to when I got divorced was like, tried to talk me out of it. He said that I'd do that. I was like, no, bro.
Listen, this is what's going on, though, is that fucking April just whipped right by. I cannot believe this is the 27th. We're coming up on the 28th already. I'm like, holy shit, man. This is just whipped right by.
Time to pay rent a fucking
The older
again.
we get, the faster the earth spins, I mean, it only happens to you as you get older. When you're young, it goes slow. Whenever you get old, it speeds up. It's that.
You mean the faster the earth stays still?
No, because you got to have a day and a night, and that's a day, but it just spins faster. I'm just joking.
Yeah, it does. It just seems that way. But you know what? No, I have noticed. I'm glad I'm not the only one. My wife was saying the same thing. I've heard other people remarking that it seems like the passing of time is going much quicker. Which, yeah, I have to agree with that.
That's a badass cord.
But I was watching. David Weiss had a show where he was on with two. If you don't, I hope most of you at least know who David Weiss is. But he's known as Flat Earth Dave. Gives a very great presentation. He was on a podcast with a guy that was a fence sitter, wasn't totally on board with flat Earth, but was pretty much questioning the globe, and another guy that was a total globie. So David started asking him questions, the globie guy, to see how much do you know about your own model. And I find the same thing, that people that will defend the globe don't know shit about it. And I'm thinking, how do you defend something if you don't know anything about it, just because you believe the consensus that's been fabricated? Okay. All right. So this was funny. Here was one of the questions. He says, how many times does the earth rotate per day? And the guy couldn't answer it. The guy could not answer it. And I have to give David Weiss credit, because I swear to God, he has the patience of a saint. I have seen him on panels with some of the stupidest people ever. He was on there one time, and this dude was saying, yeah, man, but you see, the earth is curved, but the water up above it stay level. See, so the bottom is what's curving, and I'm like, really? So there's like a giant fucking ice or water cliff sticking off the globe? What are you talking about? Oh my God. And then you had old Sean Hawkins here going over my live when we questioned how they figured out the distance of the sun. And he stopped the video and goes, it's science, you stupid fuck. They measured it with radar. Oh, I was so glad he said that, because that right there showed what a retard he actually is. I had to make a video.
The bubble level is one of the most popularest tools in carpentry, and a bunch of other things. Even we women like them, so we can get our pictures and shelves straight on the wall.
well,
so it's a universal knowledge that water is level.
So dig this, right? Here's what he's thinking. So the earth, hang on. So the earth is supposedly, in their model, 93 million miles away, which puts it approximately 8.5 light minutes away. In other words, it supposedly takes the light from the sun 8.5 minutes to reach the earth. All right. So he said you could shoot a radar signal at it. So that means for the radar signal to hit the target and bounce back is going to be a span of about 17 minutes. Now, given the whole known situation that the earth is traveling at 1,110 miles per minute.
The stars have to keep up with this.
So no, this is the thing. This is how fast the earth is going around the sun. So by the time, after 17 minutes has elapsed from the time you sent your radar signal, the earth would have moved a total of 18,870 miles from its original position by the time the signal came back. So how in the hell could you ever receive the signal? You wouldn't. It would bounce back to where you were. And that's 18,000, almost 19,000 miles away from where you originated the signal. So sorry, radar is never going to work, even if you could shoot a radar beam or anything else that kind of a distance. That's ridiculous, and nobody can prove that they can. This idea of light and radio and shit traveling infinitesimally through a void, through a vacuum, that's speculation. That is assumption. There's no proof of that anywhere, that it just travels infinitum. There is no proof of that whatsoever. But they have to state that as a fact. Otherwise, they can't get you onto the idea that you're actually seeing light that happened, a million years ago when you look at a star or some other stupid shit like that. No one's going to see anything those distances, even if those distances actually existed outside of somebody's imagination.
I do find it annoying how like all of the bullshit, everything that can't be explained, they just make the number bigger. until it's unmanageable mentally. And which is funny because that's when I, back in the same lifestyle when I would like pretend to be gay if we got pulled over in the car, if I wanted to play games with people, I would offer them deals in uneven dollar amounts, and then just kind of like vibe some urgency at them. And people could never figure out that they were trying to argue me down, and I just changed the numbers around so they couldn't mentally grasp them easily and increase the price. Okay.
Here's your big hero. I'll show you everybody's big fucking hero. And this is the guy.
Is it Elon Musk?
No, but just as big of a shill. Check this out. There's good old Alberta Abby Einstein.
He's so smart.
Yeah. You never saw him ever say anything. He always read. Anytime you ever see where he gave any kind of a talk or anything, he was reading. Okay. I think he was just some crazy guy. And they said, here, read this script,
Well, they promote all the fucking most, it's not like bottom shelf intellect. It's like, the Jim Beam shelf, right? It's a bit below par.
It is. I mean, check this guy out. Is this for real? Really?
Well,
and he married. That's why
by saying the other guy shot him when it was.
Well, that's why I say E equals MC squared means that Einstein married his cousins twice. Look at this.
Maybe they were hot.
Yeah, well, he said, let's see, he paid off his first wife with $100,000 Nobel Prize money, married his cousin and her 2 daughters, which he was attracted to. Einstein called his new family his small harem.
That's so creepy. Yep. He'd probably be like, look, they might be my family, but there's 3 of them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, God damn. He's like, oh, look at me. I'm like one of those Arab gods or some shit, I don't know, man.
Staying within the family, they call them the true bloods or the purebred.
Everything's so.
There's just some things
they don't break their DNA chain.
There's just some things you don't do. Not to my rules, anyways. That's against my beliefs, or against what I would do.
First cousins, butt sex. These are the things that.
Oh shit! I didn't want to do that. There.
I also heard. I read this article. Einstein was apparently made to be a genius, but he wasn't all that he was said to be. It was all like staged. Apparently, I read an article and I was questioning it because somebody defined like he basically all those equations and all that really wasn't his. It was sort of how they staged him to be the Einstein. He had connections to the elites somehow. Maybe the elites. I don't remember the article exactly, but I remember it's defining that it's all staged and he's not who they say he is. This genius. So
I mean, look at Darwin. Look at Freud. I mean, all these people are just sort of kind of subpar, really. Well, they're connected.
They're the faces.
They're all sick.
I agree. They're the faces the elite want us to see, and then they take everybody because you see, Einstein seems a little crazy to most because he's peculiar and different, right? So he's going to be somebody that stands out because of that. So they exploit him for their purpose. I can see that. I see it in other areas that they do that with. So
I heard
they could very well have him just be the face of this because in some ways he is smart and intelligent. And he also will follow their rules because he's being exploited while they hide.
So here's the King of England, all right, with well-known BBC radio personality and TV personality, Jimmy Savile, who was exposed to be a serial. He liked children and he liked dead people and he liked non-living children as well.
Yeah.
And this King of England, King Charles, actually wanted this guy to be Prince Harry's godfather.
Godfather or lover?
Right. So we got this guy. Now look it. This is what gets you. So this guy, he's the King of England. He was the Prince of Wales then, right? And his brother, Randy Andy, both hang around with known, you know what the word is?
Yeah. You don't have
They
to
hang
say it,
out
right?
with these known minor attracted people. Let's call them that.
Yeah.
And you mean to tell me that the SAS and the their MI6 didn't investigate this fucking guy and know about him? Of course they did.
They're all related.
They participate. You're absolutely right. That's why Andrew. You mean he just accidentally hangs around with a child trafficker? That's why I'm saying Trump. That's why I'm saying Trump. His hands ain't clean. His hands are in no way clean. This motherfucker, you don't be a billionaire and accidentally hang out with people like Jeffrey Epstein and not know what they do. I'm sorry. That's just the Iron Town accountability. Ooh, got another view from a different channel from the same guy. I like it. I do that with my 2 channels too. Iron. Awesome.
I wish
shit.
Sean would come up and grow a pair.
These are just our opinions. That's all. Nothing
Yeah.
else.
But
Well,
see,
not
this
speaking up for Trump,
opinions.
but I did hear
mean,
that once he heard about things about Epstein, he segregated himself from them. Now, if that's true, I don't know. I mean, that's just a bunch of hearsay. That's all we get is hearsay.
Oh, there's a troll. A lot
Yeah.
of people are stupid. Science is dumb. No, just you are dumb, Sean. Anybody that thinks you're going to shoot a fucking radar beam 8.5 light minutes and expect to get a signal back and be in the same place while you're moving at 66,000 miles an hour, you're the one that's stupid, bro. I used actual science. Notice how I used mathematics. Okay. I used your speed of light even as a constant, which it's not. But see, you don't have anything.
So he doesn't go by science. Is that correct? What does he go by? Instruments?
Sean, no.
Yeah.
What Sean does is he just has insults. He says, "Oh, you stupid flurf, dumb fuck," and that's all he's got. He doesn't have any real information. He doesn't refute anything. He just says that the people that are going against the status quo are idiots. But he's a libtard too. I found him on Facebook. He hasn't posted in a long time, but you ought to see his profile picture on there. He's got them big old fucking earplugs in his earlobes and shit. Oh my God, he's about this far from green hair. He might be wanting to go whack his wiener off too. I don't know. It might be that bad. But in any case, he's just a troll. I don't worry about him none. He's of no consequence to me.
Oh, you mean the inverted sausage?
Yeah, I mean, come on. Can you imagine you think that? Because you cut your junk off and drill a hole up in your crotch, and that makes you a woman. I'm like, that's not.
You're a woman as long as it doesn't heal.
I actually seen the operation from beginning to end. It was on a video from male to female. How they can do that? Just it's a complicated procedure, but it is mind blowing. I never watched it again. It was just I was in a different reality then about 20 years ago, 15.
I can't see a surgeon doing that without it affecting them, like going, "Oh my God, I can't believe I'm actually doing this to a dick."
What I've realized
Some
is
doctors
you gotta
have no integrity.
Oh,
you gotta have it in
No
you to do
moral
something like that.
values.
And to these surgeons, it must be like they're operating on a machine, all the parts. Okay, this is this, we're gonna do that. Even basic operations. It's just you got to have the mentality for myself to do something like that. It's like, okay, you got to be set in a machine type of state of mind where you're working on parts as a machine and looking at it at a different perspective. To them, it's just an everyday business type
That's
of thing.
exactly what it is. I've had a surgeon tell me that.
Yeah. Okay. So I thought, that perception came to myself.
He says it's like working on a car, except it's a wet one.
That's why most doctors don't see their own family or do surgeries on them. They have to separate themselves from it.
So they get somebody else to do the surgery.
They've announced here that Fox has announced that they have a new Carlson replacement, Johnson Tucker. So we can all look forward to that, right?
Oh,
also a doctor, if they, if they when they lose a patient, they feel bad enough. So if they lost their family member, then they would really turn that on themselves. That's why they don't allow it usually.
How long is this?
I think some doctors may feel a loss. Some doctors may be like car parts, like flow states. Said, "Oh well, we lost that engine; it didn't work
Oh yeah,
out."
I'm sure there's cold-hearted ones.
Oh yeah, I guess there's both. Could be both, but yeah, they do help people that need that kind of help. So
look at in our world how all people, we're sitting here talking about people that are doing these creepy ass stuff that we don't agree with because we see it as wrong. Their hearts are hard and callous. They just don't care anymore. They're lied to. They accept it.
I think their hearts may be calloused and hard, but I think it's their lust overdrive that blinds them, right? To do something like that, it's just not in my rule book. It's totally not in my rule book. Somebody must have self-control and just have discernment of separating certain things in reality. So I think it's just that lifestyle that blinds them, and then it's just a normal thing. You know what I mean? It's just for myself, it's impossible to engage in something like that.
You watched an entire male to female surgery. I put nothing past you, sir.
From beginning to end,
dude. You've got intestinal fortitude. I just the thought of having to watch something like that makes I feel like the precipitation of pain in my crotch, like somebody's hitting me with an axe.
Like your spidey sense is tingling.
Yeah. I'm like, no, that's a no place. You don't go cutting.
Yeah, back then I had a different mentality. While I was watching it, I was I was with my jaw dropped, going, "How could this guy be doing that so casually?" So I was kind of giving him credit. I'm like, I seen the surgery, and I'm like, that's one hell of a surgery. It's just so complicated. They don't cut nothing off. It's just inverted and cut. Yeah, I'm not even gonna describe it. It's just a complicated process.
But now
I bet that shit looked like somebody hit him with a broadaxe,
For a while it did, but after it started to, piece together, I don't know who came up with that process, but we'll leave it there. Yeah, let's get out of that flow state, right?
Would you be able to tell?
Well, I was going to ask you before we get off that subject, how do you see things now being you experience just watching it? And how it affects what you think now and other things you see, because that's a point of perspective now for you.
Point of perspective, as in somebody that has had that done, maybe? Is that what you're pointing at?
I mean, what's your view on it? Okay, you see it as more favorable of something for.
Would you have sex with it?
Oh God.
No, I wouldn't. It's just it's not in my nature. No, not to do something like that. No.
Hey, because if all they're doing is inverting it flow state, you're still crossing swords.
What if nobody knew?
If nobody knew,
I meant just what they're teaching, like our children, just your perspective now, what people will go through.
No, I still wouldn't cross that boundary. Even if I still wouldn't cross that boundary. And for myself, say I did meet somebody that had that done, it's just for my instinct. I know who is and who isn't. I'm aware, right? You can just tell something's not right.
Well, when they make things trendy and stuff like that, when somebody has witnessed something like that, that may just be something that totally turns them off and it turns them away. So I was just curious, because that is a point of knowledge for you now.
Yeah, for myself, it's just, no, I'd never view something like that. Back then I was on, I'll tell you why I watched it. I was on some very potent government prescriptions. And while I was on that, I really liked watching gory operations and stuff like that. And to tell you the truth, when I was on these prescriptions, my mouth would be watering when I was watching kind of these things and getting kind of
what kind of cannibal pills were they giving you?
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. After having witnessed that, do you have a different view of Arby's?
But
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely a different view. That's their business, and it's not my business, and I leave the border there that cannot be crossed.
Arby's refers to what they do as meat craft.
Yeah. I was saying, you're not in the United States, are you?
No, no.
Okay.
What was the question I just asked though before Sovereign decided to like just barge all over my shit?
Oh man,
I don't recall.
Me neither. Actually, I do. I just wanted to like wallow in my bitching for a minute.
That's all right.
Medication does alter
yeah.
a person's
What
mind.
what did they give you?
Oh, Dreamy, what medication did you say? What did you say?
Yeah,
Did
what
you-
were they giving you that made you turn into a cannibal?
Oh, hold on, Dreamy. You said something that almost made.
I
Did you
said
state a certain?
medications alter the
Okay.
way you think.
I'll tell you what I was on. In the past, I was given a prescription of methadone to just ease pain and pain release, and also I was coming out of addiction about 15 years ago or so. No, about 12 years now. I've cleaned up my act, but they put me on methadone that is a synthetic opiate, and
It's
when I
like
was
a worse
taking,
addiction to break than the one they give it to you for.
yeah, it was very, flow state. For both took me 4 years to regulate, and I went through hell, like a real hell. But yeah, while I was on that, I was attracted to watching operations of just people getting operated on, and I like watching gory movies. And it would be in the operations. I'm going to be honest. It was like my mouth was watering and getting infatuated. And I did a review. To what that state and condition was, it was like there was an entity inside myself that really enjoyed watching this, and I was kind of getting the energetic feel from that, but never for myself to go do something like that to somebody else. It was just changed and altered my perspective and kind of made me numb to watch that, actually enjoy it, be infatuated by it. And I'll be honest, my mouth was watering sometimes. It'd be like, like getting ready to eat a good meal or something. Just strange. Okay, strange. That medicine is evil.
Yeah.
It made you want to eat that newly invented pussy.
No, definitely not go that far. I just enjoyed watching certain procedures of operations. So in this state, I couldn't do something like that. I'm not attracted to view something like that from beginning to end. Usually if I catch something like that happening, I'll just change the channel, or if it's on YouTube or something that crosses the channel I'm watching, it's just like, no, thank you. It's just not my thing. But yeah, piece of word of advice.
I was telling you, saying that's wild, man. Pharmakia, okay. So I had heard this right out of the mouths of a couple of women that were possessed, that they were like under the arrest, that this demon was under the arrest of a priest, and while they were being like interrogated and shit, they started talking about medications being a gateway. A gateway for these demons to get through. And he's like, why are you wanting to do that? And he says, so we can get them before they can repent. And I was like, these were two separate women, totally different incidences in two totally separate places, that they both had pretty much the same thing to say about, especially certain ones that have come out in the last little bit that we're not allowed to talk about. But yeah. I believe that, because look, they're finding out now. I just saw where new study says, they always preface it that way, that depression is not caused by a chemical imbalance. And I'm like, okay, I've been saying that for a long time. I've been saying it's a nutritional problem, because look, there's no Zoloft in your brain, right? So why would you have to take that? If you have a chemical imbalance, why do you have a chemical imbalance? Well, I obviously get the different chemicals and shit that my body needs through my food, right? And what I eat.
Depression is sadness. People have apparently sadness and they're depressed.
Apparently, I'm not getting proper nutrition. So let's try that before you give me some foreign substance that's going to shut down my SSRI receptors and shit.
But they don't do any chemical tests at all for any of these chemical imbalances that they prescribe chemicals for.
It's like they spin the casino wheel. This is what you need. They look at the books. You got your symptoms. Oh, this is what you have. Okay, we'll give you this. If this doesn't work, you come back and roll the wheel again and give you something else, roll the wheel again and give you something else. If that doesn't work, they'll give
Because
you a
they use it
combination
to
of everything.
control every hour of your day. You can take this pill in the morning to wake up, these pills to give you energy and pep and feel good for a little while, and then you
It is
got this one
insane.
that then you got
It is
another pill that makes you
insane.
feel hungry, and then you have another pill that keeps you calm and peaceful and docile and roll over and rub my belly kind of cat like, and then you got another pill at night so you can go to sleep.
That
It
was
is.
White Rabbit, the extended version right there. It's like one pill.
I'm sorry, but
makes
that's how my brain sees it. It sees it through the whole day. You
It
know,
is. And
oh,
it
you
is
have an itch? Here's an
insane.
extra pill. You got a
I'll tell
headache?
you.
Let's
I'll
throw a
tell
few of
you.
these at you.
You're gonna laugh at this. Everybody here on this channel is gonna laugh because I studied chemistry and molecules of prescriptions, medications for about 10 to 12 years. I was studying chemistry, alchemy, science, and quantum physics. That. But anyways, I studied chemistry and the chemistry of chemicals and chemical bonds. And I was on this one prescription, and antidepressants are basically government-made speed, and a lot of the times
You mean
doctors,
an ADHD
somebody's
med?
what was that?
You mean ADHD meds?
No, I don't take any meds at all. But no, like Effexor and a few other ones. I don't know the other ones. I was on the Effexor for this one for my depression that I had many, many years ago. But some people go to the doctors and they define, I have problems sleeping, and they give them an antidepressant at his speed. Okay, when I was on this antidepressant, Effexor, okay, and I was on, I guess, a mediocre dose, I wasn't sleeping for 3 days, 3.5, 4 days, and then the fifth day I'd sleep maybe for about 6 hours, and then I'd be good for another 4 days. But the strange thing is, I didn't feel tired. Go figure, right? It was just, I was basically on speed, and I didn't even know it. I rested in the bed for many hours, but sleep wouldn't come. It'd just be like a meditation type of rest. So it is a deception. If one doesn't know what they're taking, it is, it's a hit and miss. And
Well, it comes
Well,
right
I
from
was
this.
on
It comes
Prozac.
right from this. It comes from the fact that we automatically were trained through our programming. Okay. And you take a look at many of there's three heavy duty subjects that most of our television history, our television, vision, programming themes, and that's been around doctors in hospitals, lawyers in courtrooms, and police and detective dramas, right?
Yeah, and
so what are we pushing? What are we pushing? We're pushing the idea that the cops always get their man, the justice system works, the doctors can cure anything, even if they're strung out on fucking narcotics, they can do it at the house, and who I didn't realize was a British comedian. Hugh Laurie is actually a comedian, and that American accent he's putting that on. He's actually got the British accent. He was part of a comedy team called a bit of Fry and Laurie. You can look it up on YouTube. They were pretty good. But what I was getting at is that through that perception, because a doctor tells you, and we view a doctor as almost godlike above us. And that's how we're like programmed to respond. And they'll actually shut you up and just tell you, and you'll accept it because they're in your mind an authority figure.
And when you take those, and when you take those magic pills, TV is much more enjoyable. You get programmed a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
What a system, right?
There was a study done where they found that marijuana users were way less susceptible to subliminal people who didn't smoke it. And that's one of the reasons is everything froze.
It's good now. It's good now. You froze just again now. Well, anyways, maybe it's just is anybody else seeing that?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, we're back. Everything good?
Yep.
You're not. You're
Yeah,
kind of glitchy, but you're good.
A little glitchy in my internet here. It showed up in the screen there. It's still saying I got unstable. Figures. Anyway, now it's showing that it's good. So we got 44 people in here. I think we've got a few new
So,
ones.
as you were saying about the marijuana,
yeah, they found that people that smoke marijuana are not as susceptible to the subliminal messaging.
That's
as-
exactly what they would say if you were more susceptible.
No, I'll tell you what, it's why I've like always been like, you know, I've been smoking since I was about 12 years old. So that's what, 45 years. And I've always been the one of the group that's going, no, man, this shit ain't real. Look, here's why it's not real. And everybody else like, you crazy as fuck, you know? And it's like, then it'll turn around and show that, oh, that wasn't real. That was a bunch of shit. And I'm like, yeah, what the fuck did I tell you? You know, I've been trying to tell you, you're welcome. I'll accept your apology for getting after my ass, but you know, hey, so far now I'm like up on every one of the things. Everybody called me tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. Well, you know, just about everything that I've fucking said has been shown to be true now.
I got a question for you, Sovereign. Do you go to dispensaries to get yours, or do you get it another way?
Oh, I get it a different way.
Okay.
I get it a different way. We don't really have any dispensaries around here.
Does they allow you to grow your own?
Yeah, you can grow your own. So
All right.
How many
So
Washington,
you can grow your own.
how many plants is allowed per, like, for one person?
You know, I don't know. I don't know because I don't ever really have more than one plant.
Okay.
He grows his
The reason,
Sudafed in a
now,
cooler in the
I
back.
might hold on. I might have about 20 or 30 clones of a plant, but those aren't considered plants because the definition of a plant, it has to have a taproot, and clones do not have a taproot. They are merely extensions of that same one plant, just located in a different place. That's all.
What is the
I
what
grew
is the law?
I grew over 400 fucking plants using that.
All at once?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so now we know what you're doing up
You
in
were
space in
thinking
the shuttle.
outside the box, and you found the loophole.
Right.
No one keep you in the box when you think like that. When you can think on your feet and reason something out, and you know, say, hey, this is a clone. This is the same damn plant. It might be in a different pot. So that's the kind of thinking we need everybody to get on board with. Get out of that effing box and start thinking for yourself. Reason it out. That's what we're supposed to do.
Yep.
Reason things.
Yep. Besides that, you know, it's like, to me, I'm like, hold on a fucking minute here. How is there a legal status on a plant that grows wild in a lot of places of the world? How do you do that? If you can't patent nature, you certainly can't fucking ban nature.
Exactly.
Okay, that's ridiculous as all get out. And so, you know, for other grown men, supposedly, to require me to ask permission is ludicrous.
Okay, when you
Absolutely
look at the
ludicrous.
law on the drug law, when you go read it, one of the things you'll notice is they do not call it cannabis. They do not call it by its scientific name. They call it marijuana, which is a slang word.
Yep.
And if you call it marijuana and agree to it being marijuana in a courtroom, guess what? Bam. Go to jail, spend so much time. But if you start saying, no, it's an herb, it's cannabis, and you start using its scientific name, guess what? You walk out there scot-free.
So if I had 50,000 pounds, if I had 50,000
I know
pounds,
people that have done it. I know plenty of people that use that. Took dictionaries
that's good to know.
Took dictionaries and encyclopedias and stuff in, and plant books.
You know them personally, or it's like a friend of a friend?
No, I knew him personally. He was one of my best friends.
Was he gonna get charged like for a lot?
No, he was just caught with a joint back in the 80s.
Okay.
So it was, you know, paraphernalia and minor in possession or something like that.
So I guess
and when
you
he
couldn't
went
use
to
that
court,
if you
he
got.
didn't even get a lawyer. He was pretty smart for a 17-year-old, but he went into court with an encyclopedia, a plant book, and a dictionary. He said it's an herb, it's a plant, blah blah blah. You know, gave its scientific name. Never would agree that it was marijuana or pot or weed. no matter what the judge said. He says, no, it's not, it's blah, blah, blah. And so finally the judge said, okay. And he had a thing in it that he could carry on him of the judge's decision.
And
And they
you are
couldn't
right
arrest
about that.
Huh?
Wording is very important in court. Wording is
Yes.
very important in court. And if you're not guilty, you never sit down on the chair, because once you sit down on the chair, you're already guilty. You stand up and talk. You never sit down to represent yourself. And you shouldn't be going to court anyways.
It's that man to man kind of thing, you know, and it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. I'm just speaking that in general, but it's the man to man thing, I think.
I was reading on that, and there's so many errors people make when they go into the courtroom when they're not aware. And you're definitely right. You need to word your things right, and you also need to know certain things not to do in the courtroom.
Right.
But
I ain't one of those. I don't follow any rules when I'm in a fight. I don't got time to read the rule book.
Here's another example of how everything's ass backwards. Look at this shit. See this big woman right here? Congratulations to our very own Professional Education Committee Chair, Emily Oshman, for receiving this year's wand recognizing Young Dietitian of the Year. I mean, what? Dietitian of the Year? We've got our health
She's on a
secretary.
seafood diet. Sovereign, leave her alone.
Well, I mean, geez, really? This is a woman who's going to tell you a healthy way to eat. Really?
Well, was she 4 times as big or something? Maybe she did accomplish something. I don't know. Maybe she was really much bigger than that.
She was a waterbed before.
Yeah. She's one of those that had to cut the side out of the house and rule her out of there with a forklift and shit. Listen, we had a guy who got in trouble here in Virginia, not too far from here. He got into some trouble regarding heroin dealing. Okay. And it was over in Culpeper, and he was too fat for the fucking courthouse, and they had to bring him in with a forklift to a loading dock and hold his arraignment on a loading dock because he was so fat.
How was he able to sell?
Out the window with a rope.
What if somebody tried to rob him?
Well, they'd have to be probably hit it all up in his fat. Who's gonna go in there after that?
Dude, people will get up in there.
Yeah,
he was probably paying people to work to move around for him.
I don't know. Hey, let me welcome Blank Currency. Blank Currency, how are you tonight?
Hello, Blank. Hey, Blank.
Hello, guys. Thank you for the welcome. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. It's all good.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now I kind of get a gist of it. So we're talking about the health benefits that has to do with the plant in general. I was going to ask. That was going to be my question. What was the main topic? But it looks like we're being proactive on this in general. Correct?
Well, are you talking about with the marijuana?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's come up. That's
cannabis.
Come up in the discussion. Yeah, we were basically.
We've moved on to fat people, but we can go back to cannabis.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically kind of going over the differences between natural remedies and herbal things, as opposed to that which the pharmaceutical companies want to give us, which all seem to be petroleum based or aluminum based.
Yes, there you go.
The one of the main ingredients in Prozac, I understand, is fluoride.
Oh, I did not know there was fluoride in Prozac.
Yeah.
But I know
suicide.
I know that fluoride does really big damage to our brain, and it calcifies our pineal gland. It's just really bad for us overall, and it's known to cause fluorosis, bone cancer, ADD, which is also known as ADHD, and most of us go undiagnosed with it till adulthood. So most of us don't even know that we really have it. We've been consuming fluoride for a very long time, actually. You flower your plants so that you make your coffee with it.
Yeah.
You shower with it. Even if you boil it, it won't get rid of it.
It'll evaporate off eventually.
They've been putting it in municipal water supplies now since the 50s. So, how is it you're not supposed to drug the populace, but they are, and it's all under the guise of it protects teeth. and there's no clinical evidence of that. Something really interesting today, I went on Flatzoid's Perspective. I wasn't on his show, but I was in the chat, and of course Nick Volt was over there, and I was quite surprised because the subject of fluoride came up in the chat, and Nick Volt is now come to understand what fluoride actually is and what it's doing, and that's good to see. And he was set on that path to finding that out right here on this show. So that's good. Maybe Renee's is correct that if we keep with him, that maybe he'll get it, which would be great because he's a physics professor, and if he can understand that what he calls gravity, I'm calling something else. All the equations will still work. It's just you're misnaming what the downward vector is. It's not gravity. It's an electrical function. Of course, all your mathematics and your predictions are going to work for things rate of fall and that kind of thing, but it's not due to mass attracting mass or warping space-time or any other such nonsense. It's just two opposing electrical fields that are interacting with one another and causing a downward vector. It's really quite simple. I've explained it on here before, and makes a hell of a lot more sense than a spinning space testicle with a glob of molten magnetic metal or some shit in the very middle of it. I don't know what the hell they got going.
Well, I think I joined the right stream because I like talking about all these things actually. So I'm severely
that's
interested.
what we're kind of going on. Decepticons and Transformers, and it's like how things are not what they appear, and a lot of people don't really look at it. We're talking and these are the things that are not as they appear. I mean, they show you, like you were saying, they show you this cutaway of the Earth, and it looks like a jawbreaker, you know, with all the different layers, and like they know where all this shit's at and everything. And they've only ever dug a hole less than 8 miles deep. It's the deepest they've ever gone, which ironically is about the same depth as the deepest trenches in the ocean. So if you've never gone beyond that, which according to your model would only be like the equivalent of cutting through halfway into an apple skin and then knowing what's in the rest of the whole apple, it's ridiculous. So
I bet too, Sov, it'd be like the sky. You could only go so high, and then you can't drill any lower, like restrictions on this dimensional plane.
Well, any amateur rockets that have gone up, there's one really cool that you can watch called the Go Fast rocket. And this thing actually, it was launched in Arizona, I believe. And the thing goes up, and there's a camera attached, and it's going up. And I think it got up to like 72 miles. And then it just went swoop, like it hit something and just fucking stopped.
They cut out. Everything cuts out at a certain altitude, no matter how much power they're putting to the engine.
Here's what was so fucking cool. When the thing was falling, if you watch as it's falling, you'll see the sun over here, and then it turns, and then you'll see this little white dot in the sky, just like opposite. And then it spin around, you see the sun, and there's that white dot. You stop it, and you zoom in on that white dot, and you find out that that's the moon. Well, the problem with everything is the moon was over fucking New Zealand at that time. They were in Arizona. That shouldn't have been possible to see that, especially only 72 miles up in the air.
That's strange.
So,
yeah, not surprised.
What do we got going on right there? We're on a globe, right? Come on. I mean, everything goes to, and that's what I say. They trick us into the idea that we have to prove what is obvious. Whereas flat Earth doesn't really need to be taught. You can show people how the mechanism works, you know, to quite a degree, and it makes sense. Whereas this globe nonsense, you have to teach this. Nobody would ever come to the idea that they lived on a ball ever.
Yeah, correct.
So I have a question when you're done.
What's that, KT?
You need to interpret it. Interpretate. Put it into your brain.
What do you mean?
They indoctrinate you with the
information,
so you need to interpretate, to need to resonate to the system, and then you get your diploma, and then you can go further into the system.
Right, you have verification from the wizard that you are now smart. You are now
Sovereign,
smart. And the guy, it's a ceremony, you know. Here are your brains.
Sov, I have a question, Sov.
What's that?
For the flat Earth, from your studies and perception and conclusion, is there a dome to the flat Earth?
There's definitely a limit. Something stopping us from going any higher than, I believe, 72 miles.
Like a frequency perimeter barrier, maybe.
It could be solid. I don't like to use the Bible as something to show fact, but it does correspond with the whole idea of what we're seeing of a firmament. What that firmament is made of, I have no idea. I've never been up there. It could be a force field. It could be a physical material. We don't know. Have you ever heard of sky ice? I bet you most of you have never heard of sky ice.
I've heard of sky ice. Have you
Yeah,
heard of a chemical toilet?
They're finding this shit down in Antarctica, and that's the only place they can study it, because if they try to bring it like back to the United States, it just disappears. The shit will start shrinking, and there's no water left over or anything, and it's about the same. And from the description, it's like the same color as the sky.
Pardon me, people. Mr. Sovereign Soul, do you mind right now? Because I've dabbled down this hole where I tried to figure out the shape of this planet. So I'm down the middle, but now we're talking about the lights and the northern lights. I want to share a quick 2-minute video, because we're all trying to figure all this out. I'm in the middle. I'm not going to tell you if the Earth is an eyeball shape. I'm not going to tell you if it's a Morbius strip traveling through the speed of light in space. I am not going to tell you if it's a CD projecting doing a toroid field, up to the up and the bottom, because that's what I truly think everything is a toroidal field. Apples have it,
yes. Okay, so we're on that plane of inertia. Okay, think of that way. In that torus field. Okay. If you notice, my email is torus field 369. Anyway, yes, on that inertial plane, that's the level Earth.
In the eye of the storm.
Now, I'm digging on that. Absolutely.
And I want to share something that's been taken off the internet. I can only find it in 360p. This is very old. I just want to share it real quick.
Are you putting put it in the private chat, and then I can access it from there? Because I don't think if you put it in the regular chat, it won't show up.
All right, it starts at 20 seconds here. I'll post it. It's called soul luminescence. This kind of helps me explain what goes on in the northern lights.
Sonoluminescence you talking about?
Yeah.
Where they use the sound star in a jar.
Yeah, that one, star in a jar, and it starts at 20 seconds. And
we've watched that on here before. Yeah,
this is going to show everyone it's going to collapse water. It's just water, but they're shocking a sound wave through it, and it's going to create light. I'm not really sure what the stars are. Yeah, plasma, and we're made of plasma. Did you know that? We are plasma. Yes, we're plasma. We generate plasma.
You have a spark.
We have a spark. We have an aura, and not everyone can be clairvoyant. Certain of us will be clairvoyant depending on how, what your genetic line is made up of. Certain people can lucid, certain people can astral, certain people can there's astral, lucid, and there's remote viewing. I've only done.
Where did you say to start it at? I'm sorry, blank.
At 20 seconds, and then from there it starts from 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
I'll mute.
Got it. All right, let me present, share screen. I'll do this. And then since there's so many of us, I'll put us all behind so that this can be bigger. There we go.
You guys need to save this, because this is all getting taken off the internet. I can't find those videos anymore.
Yeah,
Did you upload it yourself? You have it saved?
Flask of fluid.
I'm just starting creating my own inventory.
And you look into the center, and in the center,
you know the program for doing that? It's called Blue. I use that all the time.
Light, which could be seen with the unaided eye. It looked like a star in the heavens.
Seth Putterman called it the star in a jar, a tiny spot of bright light contained in a flask of liquid.
This would also explain why when we look at stars ourselves, that when we zoom in, they look almost they look like they're a cymatic pattern in the water, almost like each one has their own unique frequency. That's what I find interesting.
Yeah.
This star in a jar is made when a sound wave is passed through a small bubble inside a flask of liquid. And this sound wave makes the bubble do something remarkable. First it expands,
Luminescence.
then it collapses. And this collapse happens so violently that vapor molecules trapped inside the bubble slam together and heat up so much that the bubble gives off an incredible burst of heat and light, several thousand times a second, giving the appearance of a star.
My question would be, how do they keep the bubble suspended in that place to be able to hit it with the... That would be interesting to see.
Well, they do not really excite the water. It's the gases in the water they excite, and the sound wave, the
I see.
sinus
So,
wave.
so where those waves are converging is where they're actually is where that forms at. Then, okay,
Yeah.
I get you. I get you.
It gathers under the Hutchinson effect. You know about that? The Hutchinson
Yes,
effect?
I
Yes.
do.
Okay.
Yes,
Slowly
I do.
taken off YouTube. You're not going to be able to find those videos little by little. They're
I
being
know.
taken
Go
off.
over to BitChute, baby. Go over to BitChute. They're all over there. That shit's all over the place over there. You go over there, you can see all kinds of crap that you can't see over here on YouTube anymore.
It's simply the exciting of mass. When you make mass vibrate faster and faster, like boiling water, it gets special properties.
You know, I'm kind of the idea. Let me finish with watching this, and I'll tell you about what I think. Though that there's more to it.
Oh yeah, it is a beautiful part. This.
What made the phenomenon so exciting was the temperature of this star in a jar. On its surface alone, the light burns at tens of thousands of degrees. And Seth Butterman now contemplated a tantalizing possibility. Could the core of the collapsing bubble be even
You see?
hotter?
Vibration.
Hot enough for fusion.
So they tell on their own lies.
One of the mysteries of sonoluminescence is to
What did you
determine
say?
exactly how hot the interior of the bubble.
See, that's what I find. I find that really interesting. That's really some
Yes,
intriguing.
it ties exactly back in what you told earlier. They measure it with what apparatus? A digital one? Okay, so it's 10,000 what? 10,000 program code degrees.
I do
You
have
got Fahrenheit. You
Exactly.
got new You got 3 temperature scales: Fahrenheit.
Okay,
and,
if
I have
Celsius. If it
I'm
was-
going to tie it all together when you guys get ready. I'm going to tie it all together.
I just want to throw something in here. Okay, if it was heat fusion reacting, the water would be boiling. So I'm assuming it's a cold fusion reaction. So how are they measuring the temperature? Because the water's not
yes,
boiling.
correct. They don't have
Okay,
anything
so
physical inside the water to measure. They measure
Right.
from the outside with a electric sensor or anything like that. You can program a sensor to say anything.
Now, in his defense, though,
Yeah.
is it possible that they could use a laser thermometer? Because I
no
have
idea.
one. I mean,
Wouldn't
I have
that
one.
laser refract through the glass, through the water?
Yeah. I don't know how that would work. I've never
What's-
tried to. I'm only measured.
Guys,
like,
I'm going to give you my conclusion. Let me know when you're ready.
Go
Sorry,
for it.
yes.
We're
All right,
ready.
I'm ready.
go for it.
All right. So I grew up Catholic, Christian, Jehovah's Witness. Then I dabbled into the Quran, which is kind of almost everything the same thing. Now, the common denominator in all this, God spoke life into the universe. That is sound. Ohms. Now, what you just saw was a representation of sound. Ohms.
Right.
This is my conclusion. This is my what's that? Sherlock Holmes or that
It's elementary,
Carlos
Watson.
Yes, Carlos San Diego, the other one too, right? Carlos San Diego and then Sherlock Holmes. This is just my conclusion because I've been doing this for such a long time. I'm 33. 33 is supposed to be my year. I just hit 33, right? If you're into numerology, right?
Most
All right.
numerology is also off. You live in 7 by 7 by 7. You get 7 years of age, then you get a little consciousness. Before that, your mom and dad have to teach you what is right, what is wrong.
Yes,
After
that's
that, it's over. It's over. Till 7 years after that, it's over. If you don't
And
control your kids
every
by
cell
then,
in
you
our
lost them.
body is renewed every 7 years.
Yes,
It's
also,
replaced.
that's correct.
all right.
Very interesting.
It's
All
the
right. So
telomeres in between your cells. If you look at a telomere, as they explain it, it looks like a cross. And they get shorter every time you divide by 7. So at the time you're 42, they're too short, so you start getting shorter, older, more wrinkles. There's a clock in your body, and
Oh,
it's set for a certain date for everyone.
well, what's interesting is that I look at this too, is that this to be in this low vibrational frequency that we call this reality, and I equate it to the idea of sin or a sine wave, which is also abbreviated as sin in a lot of equations. And
Yes.
you look at where it says the wages of sin is death.
ooh, I'm
Yep.
gonna connect all that. I'm gonna
The
connect all that.
wages of
Yep.
Oh, it's
time,
so easy to connect. You
the
just
wages
have to
of
go back
time
a
are
little
death. You
language.
see?
Right.
And it's like, and it's all really tick tock, because when you look at it from the micro as we are right now with our own lives in our own little time scale that we're in, this entire thing that we're experiencing that in is actually a big, huge freaking clock, calendar,
Yes.
timepiece, the most elaborate, perpetual motion machine that's ever been created. I can't see how people don't see the magnificence of that, and that
It's the
itself
one
tells
and
you that,
only clock
oh,
in existence that has never stopped,
that's right, man.
never run at the wrong time. It's exactly perfect.
Oh no, I'm not.
We're
Yeah, I'm not
also
a
taught
science
to
guy for
accept
sure.
death and not live. We're taught to accept this mentality of death, that
How
we
about
are
Yes,
this?
and
old and
If you
How
are
die.
about this?
evil, it's the inversion of live, right?
How
Because
about? Oh, yeah,
It
there you
is the
go,
inversion of
Sarah.
live. It is.
For
Well,
myself,
earlier you said devil, and immediately, because I'm dyslexic, it
live.
actually, if you switch it around, it's lived.
Yep.
If you
yes.
take evil and switch it around, it's live.
Yep.
Is that
reverse
Look,
field.
yeah,
interesting?
correct. I don't know if you like wrestling. Kevin Owens on his left arm, bottom
Kevin Owens.
piece, he got evil backwards. Live.
Right. Well, I'm
It's the
dyslexic, so I
monogram
just
and the
see things
anagram.
like
Wait,
that
wait,
way.
guys. Let me finish this connection. It's short. It's short. It's short. So God spoke via ohms, right? We just saw an example of sound affecting and how it can create light. So the northern lights that you see on the poles, that's radiation or sound coming from space. So a few months ago, we got documentation officially that we recorded sound from space. So that is sound
Hold on.
hitting light or moisture molecules is what creates
What would
the
be
the
carrying
northern lights.
sound in space? There's no
Yeah,
medium.
What
Sound
I
is a
you're
would like
result
to
of
you're
state is
vibrating.
that those sounds
you're
from
Sound is
you're.
hold on.
space.
I've
Sound
never.
is hold on.
I
Sound is a
All
result.
right. Now we're
Sound
talking business.
sound
Right,
is the
Solver.
result. Sound is the result of vibrating the medium in which we're in. We're at this point right now, air. We also
Correct.
know that if we change the medium, the sound changes as well. If I take in a lighter gas like helium into my lungs and speak, I'll talk like a little kid or whatever, right? You've all seen it or done it yourself, right?
Then you're gonna sound like stilts.
So
Squeaky voice.
if there's no medium in a void, lumpy vacuum with lumps of gas that are on fire and lumps of dust that have formed into planets, and so there would be no medium to carry sound. I've often wondered that. They said, oh, these are the spooky sounds of Saturn. And it's like, what? How in the hell is there sound in space?
Yeah, you've all had natural sciences in high school. You've all seen the whistle, the electric whistle or the bell under the stolp, the
Yep.
glass. and they took out the air, and the physics professor showed you, look, I take out the air, and now you hear nothing. So everyone knows, but they're blind.
Yep. Yep. So I mean, it's an interesting phenomenon and everything, but this is, they came with that around the same time as they started pushing the idea that Saturn has a hexagonal vortex on its pole, and it's like, no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not a planet. Okay, it's not some ball of gas out there floating around, somehow magically reflecting sunlight a vast distance back to the Earth. For I don't know how the hell it could possibly
Wait,
do
wait.
that.
Under all
I've never
esoteric
been to
and
space, so I
all
can't tell you for
occult,
sure. I
it's
am
a
neutral on
planeta.
this.
Well, look, I believe that there's a reason that these wandering stars are given the names of these archaic gods. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. They're all these gods.
Yeah,
Okay.
geographical related.
So I believe that those things in the sky that we call stars actually have a consciousness to them. This
They
is
have an
why
influence. Yes.
astrology, listen, billionaires have astrologers, man. Okay. They use that shit. And these people are paid really well because they're key to a lot of their success. We are influenced by these vibrational frequencies
Everyone
of
knows
these
Nostradamus.
things in the sky. I mean, I used to be really skeptical of it because, well, also I used to think that they were burning balls of gas unfathomable distances away, which I know is not true. So now that I've come to realize that these things are actually rather close, and knowing that frequency and vibration do affect people.
And if I'm correct, what you just said, balls of gas millions of miles away. Look at the Lion King. Pumbaa says that. Exactly.
Yes.
They look up and he says, my forefathers, blah, blah, blah. I think that's that. I think they're big balls of gas.
Now,
Tiny thoughts.
since I'm never gonna have enough money to go to space, I could never assure you on anything. I can just give you what my thoughts are and what I would go about. But the next thing that you just touched on was vibration and frequency, which I also love to talk about. You can manifest a lot of things in your life. You can manifest negative things or positive things. It has to do with the law of attraction too. They're all connected, and even no matter what.
How many of y'all have been pulled over right as you've been thinking, I hope I don't get pulled over? I mean, I know a lot of people, including myself, that's, and it's like, fuck, I manifested that shit.
The phone call phenomenon. Are you thinking about a person? Pring.
Yep. Yeah, you're onto it, Blank Currency. Listen, there's this thing that's just like when you can be in a crowd of people, and if somebody like behind you is staring at you, you feel it. How the hell can you feel someone staring at you, right?
Oh, I can do that.
You
And
know,
as
I mean,
far
that's
as that
just,
cop thing, I always know ahead of time right where they're going to be. I can just feel it. I sense them.
our son was our other son, Corey, this kid, he was something else. He was all the time. He could navigational skills like you wouldn't believe. He could go someplace with you one time and he knew how to get back and how to get there again. But anyway, he'd be standing up there in the back holding onto the front seat like that. And he'd go, Mom, top tower. He'd see him. Whole crowd of cars. He'd go, top tower. He could spot them. So he was a good radar detector, man.
Those people were called pathfinders.
There you go. Yeah, pathfinders.
Yeah,
you doing that. That's good.
You have different skills. You're gonna have different people who are gonna be good at good things. For me, I'm a Heyoka. I'm an empath.
Oh,
so
wow.
I can feel really well with what a person's feeling, and I can also drive them away. I can soak all that damage too. That's what a Heyoka is. It's an empath. Huh?
Can you pull them in as well?
The Heyoka is
like if you can push somebody away, you can pull them in.
You would have that same power. Yeah, you have.
Yeah,
that
I can do
power.
that too.
It's
very
soul
strange.
Of the
think of somebody a lot. I think everybody does it to a point because they'll be thinking of someone and then that person calls them and they're like, oh, I was just thinking about you.
But you also manifest it through the law of attraction too. So there's a lot of things playing into factor. Hold on.
Well, I mean, I can tell you all something really cool. I figured this out too for myself. People don't realize it, but they manifest their own poverty. They really do. Okay, they actually will manifest their own financial woes, and one of the biggest ways to doing it, and they push it on you. This whole idea of fear of not having enough money, worry about not being able to make your bills. You know what happens? That's what happens because you're focused on it.
Right.
You know, and there again, it goes to that thing in scripture. It's amazing. I never thought I'd find myself actually referring to things out of the Bible, but where it says, consider the sparrows, they neither toil nor reap nor sow, yet my Father feeds them. It's basically saying, just hang in here. What you need, you'll get.
Right.
You know, and especially like I just go, well, I always have money. You know, I ain't worried
You
about
know,
it.
And when
Solomon,
you farm, sparrows and crows are the biggest pests. So you need a scarecrow.
what you're defining, Sovereign, I'm going to throw in another verse that stuck with myself that proved to be one manifests their thoughts. What we feared most has fallen upon us.
Yes. Yes.
You know, fear is a type of anti-field of what you want to attain, right? So if somebody has fears in life, they shall be attaining the reverse field to what they actually want to attain. And this is part of the government agenda reversal, right?
Yeah,
Programming.
you can take any holy scripture. It doesn't matter. Some have things in them you can take, and mostly 90% is bullshit. But the same with the metaphor for you see the light in the darkness. Why stay at home? Go through the darkness. There is a light. Go towards the light. Step into the light.
Yeah. Like, okay, so blank currency just put this in the private chat. I'm going to read it out if you don't mind. This is pretty good. He says, Yoda,
Yeah.
fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. I remember that, man. When he said that, I was like, yes. I was like, so hate can take over your life and destroy your peace of mind. It keeps you stuck in the past, nursing old wounds. You can't grow or change. If you are holding on to anger and hate, do what you can to make things right as soon as possible. You may have to forgive yourself as well as the others. Hate is a luxury you can't afford. Work to heal old wounds so you can get over resentment. You know, and that's absolutely right.
Yeah.
And along those lines right there too, I wanted to say there was somebody in here said they started, I forgot what their name was.
The 12
They
steps.
started,
Nah.
yeah. Well, the thing about the 12 steps is
It can help you. Yeah, correct.
it really can. But the problem is people they're treating it. It's a spiritual problem first and foremost.
It's a you
It
problem.
really is.
You have to conquer yourself.
Well,
Your
it's
demon
not. It's
inside.
well, yeah. There you go. You hit right on it. K2 demons.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah,
reason
exactly.
there's a reason alcohol is called spirits.
Yeah.
Now, the old esoteric law that a demon cannot enter your home unless willingly invited. Okay, that's very true.
When the mind is weak through alcohol.
Well, this right here is your home. This is the home where your soul resides. Okay,
Yes.
we're melded into the meat suit. We're melded to the meat suit.
The machine that I call.
Yeah. I call it the meat suit. You know, one
Your
time
soma.
we were on mushrooms up in the
Sovereign, that's called your soma.
yeah, we were doing we were in the bunch of Joshua trees. It was a full moon. We were tripping on mushrooms and shit. And then my son, he said it. He says, "Man, my meat suit's getting hard to operate." And I was like, okay, I understand where you're coming from with that. And I was like, that's a good name for it, the meat suit. And that's we're melded to that, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if you on the other side in America ever have seen this cartoon series. It's from the 70s and 80s. It was everything that happened inside your body, white blood cells, red blood cells, and then the police, the white blood cells, they flew around in kind of UFOs. And there was a guy and a girl, and the girl was Indian with long black hair.
I know what you're talking about. Fantastic Voyage.
That's called on your side. Okay. That's where all those ideas come from now. The same professors that were children then are grown up now.
Exactly. That's, somebody was explaining that to me too. I was like, look how futuristic all these motorcycles are starting to look, right?
Yeah.
And the guy said it the same way. He says, because the people that are designing them now were thinking about that shit when they were little kids, drawing these futuristic motorcycles and things like that, and they went down that path. It's exactly the same thing.
The first time one cycled motorcycles and those speedy bikes, those streamlined things came around was in the cartoon Akira.
Yes.
The manga. It's 1983 or so.
And the little cars, like the little fast cars too, was like from Speed Racer.
Yeah, and what they want to make is what they use in Dragon Ball Z. You got a little capsule in your pocket, and poof, you throw it out. It's a car, it's a helicopter.
See, this is
and that's also again the Transformers, and it all gets together and goes on.
But what I was getting at is beyond the physical aspect of damage that happens from alcohol, al-ghul, the flesh-eating ghoul, the flesh-eating spirit.
How about a little bit of wine? Like somebody drinks a glass of wine a week or something, homemade wine. That is.
It depends. It depends because look, alcohol is alcohol is alcohol. I don't care if it's in wine. I don't care if it's in beer. I don't care if it's in whiskey. Okay.
Well, drink and be merry, but don't overdo.
There are some of us. There are some of us that can't just do that. There are some of us that when we get that taste of alcohol, we're going to have more.
Turn into yahoos.
That's
we're
going to
have more.
To learn restraint.
Yeah.
Ladies,
a hangover
it's not so much restraint is the fact that when you willingly imbibe spirits into your home, you leave yourself open to possession, which is why oftentimes people's morals loosen, their behavior changes. Oftentimes the things that they do or say cause a negative consequence both to them and the party involved. And there's a lot of negative psychic human emotional energy that revolves around alcohol. And this is what these darker entities feed on. They feed on this negative human psychic emotional energy. And some of us produce it for them on a regular basis and make excuses. Now, an interesting story, another NDE that I'd heard about, Dreamy. This is great.
All right.
This guy was drunk and he left this bar and he got into this horrible accident not long after leaving the bar. Anyway, in the story, he had left his body. He could see the accident scene. He could see the emergency vehicles coming down the road. He was like way above this, and he could also see the bar that he had just come from.
Right.
And in his story, he said that there were these dark, shadowy entities that were like flying, like circling around over top of the bar. And he could see into the bar. And there was a guy at the bar that he took a shot glass, and as soon as he took this shot and set down the glass, this white light shot up out of him, and one of those things flew down right into the guy.
I believe it.
Yeah. And I was like, wow, that's like when the blackouts, because alcoholics, when they have a blackout and they don't even know that they were consciously doing some shit, and somebody tells them about it the next day and they're like, no, shut up. It's because it wasn't them.
Right.
Now, this doesn't happen with everybody, but I would recommend just the fact that it's just probably not a good idea to fuck around, especially right now.
Yeah, and also
because these dark entities are putting the screws down hard and heavy on everyone right now. They're pushing the Babylonian goddamn agenda like you wouldn't believe.
Well, that
Gate went over the whole earth.
Woe to those that call evil good and good evil. You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, that goes back to the Bible. Doesn't it say that something about if you rebuke these demons and more will come in, or something like along those lines?
But also again, written scriptures, they deviate on so many things. The scripture
You want to
also
really
said,
talk to somebody that sees entities, talk to paramedics. If you can find a paramedic that will really be open up and talk to you, they will tell you if you start asking them if they've ever seen spirits or anything like that.
Yeah, I'd like to
because I have, And they have some incredible stories, and they have actually witnessed the spirit come out of the body. They've also been there to take care of somebody, and someone's there already taking care of them, and they will start to take over, look up to ask them a question, and they've just vanished. They're nowhere around.
If
You
I
remember
would
this,
like to
Dreamy?
talk to
Probably you've seen this. A couple of years back, there was a story on the American TV about an angel in the hospital. It was on the cameras. The nurses saw it. It was just outside the room, and sadly, it was a child. But it was a beautiful story.
You know, that's why Last Responder subscribed to me last night, Dreamy, and
cool.
I know that they're a friend of yours, and they're a first responder, right?
No, he's a last responder. When somebody passes away, he goes and picks them up. You know, has to take them where.
Oh, okay.
That's why last responder.
I get
He's
it.
the last. You know, after
gives
they
last
pass.
rights.
I don't know if I could deal with a job like that.
I know. I asked him a lot of questions on his panel because, you know, deaf people tend to shy away from the topic, but, you know, like, I just had to ask them really because I needed to know, you know what I mean? Like, from his perspective, because he's there, you know, somebody's passed away, he's there to collect the body and whatnot. So, you know, he has a very good, interesting view about it and a great sense of humor too.
Why not?
You ought to catch one of his ride-alongs.
You know, one of the most remarkable things to me that I see is like when you go to a funeral and there's the person laying there in the casket, and you're like, they just don't look
right
like the person you knew.
They're not there.
It's like, but you see a picture. Usually there's a picture of that person when they were alive, you know, right there near the casket or something. And, you know, you look at that picture and you can see, wow, what's missing? And the only explanation is that spark of life. So what is that spark of life? That spark of life is that soul. That is.
It weighs about 0.25 grams. They know.
What is it?
0.25 grams. There was an experiment in 2013 with a closed casket and the guy inside, and they weighed it, and nothing could get out. And still, the weight changed. I don't know what it's in American.
In grams?
It was 0.25 grams. Not even a quarter ounce or something.
Let's see, 0.45 grams. That's
no,
less than a
20.
gram.
Yeah, it's either 25 or 27. I remember it. So K2 is right.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
It's a tiny amount, a pinch of salt, something like
There's
that.
about 14.5 grams in a half ounce. So 28 ounces is 28 grams is 1 ounce. Oh my God. How do you know all these measurements, David?
I'm leaving you the calculator. I cannot do math in my head. I still use my fingers.
It's the same in the scientific papers. The Europeans use the metric system. Then we go to the English yard system, the royal yard. And then we go over the ocean and we get your yard. That's another distance.
I think weed is the only thing I use the metric system for.
Yeah, five fingers, five.
No, I mean, for real, you know, it's like, you know, an eighth of an ounce is 3.5 grams, right? So a quarter ounce is going to be 7 grams. That means you got 14 grams for a half ounce and 28 grams for a full ounce. So
the strangest thing is the strangest thing is with gold, they count an ounce at 33 grams, if I'm correct. I don't know why they do that.
OUNCE. An ounce
is that why?
It's another weight measurement.
Okay. But also when you're buying
gold,
it,
18 karat, 24 karat, 48 karat.
Pure gold.
What's pure gold?
999.
Eureka.
Gold is measured in troy ounces.
Troy ounce, correct? Yes.
What do you
Yeah.
think of monatomic gold?
Monoatomic.
Monoatomic gold.
Sounds made
You
up.
mean that's the gold they eat? The Egyptians ate supposedly live
Yes,
long.
yeah. They say you can boil your gold necklace in
I think
water
I
for a couple of minutes or at least 10
I'm not
minutes,
that
and it
rich.
releases the monoatomic gold.
What you
I,
usually
I've
I don't
what
think
they
so.
use is electricity, like when they make that
colloidal silver. It's almost
Yeah.
the same as
Colloidal silver,
colloidal
yes.
silver.
Colloidal
Silver
silvers
against
and the
germs is great.
but we're made up of all elements of the earth, so we would need those things in our diet anyways.
I actually experimented with colloidal silver. I made it a few times and drank it. I could do fine. I got kind of an aphrodisiac euphoric effect from it the first few times, and after a while, it just really didn't do nothing. But I don't know if I seen any results, as in healing therapy and that. But
Well, you ingest a metal, so your body has to take a long time to get it out of your system again. The same with the aluminium, the how it's called, the
Silver's
people they
also
got
used
the sicknesses.
did
that
anybody
skin
s-
cream when somebody's
did
burned. There's silver
did
in that because it stops infection.
did anybody see that guy who apparently took colloidal silver for so many years and he's like blue? He's blue. Like this guy's like a blue violet color. His whole skin.
Oh my
Have you
god.
From head
ever
to
heard of the Green Children of what's that village called in Ireland? It's a whole legend. It's from the 16 or 1700s. They found two children in the woods, and they had green skin. And they took the children in. Only after a couple of years, 3 or 4, when they had normal food and water, they got normal skins because where they lived was the water contaminated with copper.
Oh
wow.
wow!
When you
So
drink a
they
lot
turn.
of when you drink
So
a lot of orange juice or carrot juice, you turn orange.
Right.
yeah,
Carotene.
common sense.
So when you overdose, yeah, it's too much. Take what you need and then leave the rest.
Okay. So yeah, there you go. You can't do too much of anything. That's the compounding effect, and I learned that in investing or in
Correct.
investing in general with cryptocurrency or dividend investing. It's
Wow.
the
Oops.
compounding effect. So if you keep drinking on beer, you're going to cause yourself liver cirrhosis, erectile dysfunction, and you're going to become infertile. Right? With any addiction. You drink too much water, you're going to drown. That's the point of it, right?
Correct. The woman in Australia that died in the radio contest by drinking water, 11 liters
No,
in
they
an
call it
hour.
water poisoning. Ain't that interesting?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's also points to the duality. Everything has a duality. Water, you need it, it's nutrifying. We clean with it, but there again, too much of it will kill you in the form of a tidal wave, drowning, what have you, floods. Same thing with fire. We use it to cook. It warms us. It has its beneficial qualities, and then it has its destructive power.
all the
Same
same.
thing
It's
with wind.
restrained.
Everything has that duality. Even us, we have that duality. Thing is to keep focused off of the negative duality aspect of it if you can. I look at it like this. Look, you remember all the little cartoons? There'd be a little angel and a devil
Yeah,
on
yeah.
your shoulders, right? Okay. If you think of the higher self as the angel and the ego, the meat suit, is the devil. The meat suit wants the earthly pleasures. The earth suit wants to feel good. The earth suit wants to be fed. This is what the earth suit, despite anything else. So if you give in completely to all of what the carnal aspect of your existence, then you completely miss on the spiritual aspect of your existence. And
Correct.
that's the upside down pentagram.
Let's
And this is
take
where they try to place everybody, especially within this consumer based society we're in. Here's more crap. You need more crap. This crap here will make you happy. Oh, that crap didn't make you happy? Well, this will make you happy. And everybody keeps going with this, looking for something to make them happy because
yeah.
they're trying to find it in the
Find
earthly.
happiness.
Right.
Happiness comes from within.
That's right.
Perfect what you said, Sovereign. If I may add, take another step back. You got two nipples. You're
Yeah.
a mammal. You call yourself man.
Exactly.
That's it. You're still an animal, and you're hungry, and you're horny, and you fight, or you get scared. That's it. All the rest around it, machinations, imaginations.
Well, what do you guys think about this? Because all my life they've attacked sex, and yet our children are called God's gifts to us.
Yeah.
So why
Well,
are they attacking
they
it all
don't attack
the time?
sex. It's not an attack on sex. In fact, if you look, the one of the reasons that
Or
there's
sexuality?
many reasons that you're supposed to
Congregation.
do it the right way. Okay, but one of the biggest ones.
What's the right way? Excuse me, by
I'll,
who?
I'll, I'll
Well,
give
no,
I'll
wait a
give my
second. Before you
breakdown.
get
Look,
flipping
I'm
shit, I'm
33.
not talking about the actual act. I'm talking about fornication versus the consummation of a marriage between a man and a woman. Okay. Wanton
Equality, yeah.
fornication, and this is the thing I wish I'd have realized this, and many others, you can, the older people, wisdom comes with stuff, but it's basically this: you shouldn't really have sex with someone that you wouldn't be willing to have a child with, even if it's just a one night thing, because that possibility is always there. And more often than not, we see these children born out of situations like that, where then the two feel the obligation to have to be together, and they fight, or it's not an ideal house. The kids are just the consequences of a one night stand or what have you. They're not. It's not a wanted family. It's just kind of like, oh, here's some shit that happened, And I think that that everybody's involved spirit suffers because of this fact. Whereas
Yeah.
where someone actually chooses a mate, controls their self, and they find someone that they actually love, they want to be with, that this is someone I want to have as a life partner. I want to have a family with you. Boom. Then, wow, there you go. Because then you care about the product of that marriage. You see, the marriage isn't a result of the product. And there's a difference there.
Yeah, it's all taken out of its context.
Yeah.
Correct.
And this is
And
one of the
don't
things,
saying
if you read Enoch, if you look in Enoch, this is
Yeah.
one of the charges brought against Azazel. I believe it's Azazel.
Yeah, the promiscuity of teaching makeup and
Teaching,
all that
teaching
stuff.
the
Yeah.
women to make potions that would keep them from getting pregnant so they could fornicate and not lose their shapely figure because of pregnancy.
I'm on the
No,
same page with
Azazel
this.
was not an angel, okay, but
I'm on the
No,
same
no,
page with this.
he was a watcher. He was one of the fallen. He was one of the
Watchers are not
the
the
ones that
fallen.
came together at Mount Hermon and said that they were going to go ahead and take wives of the daughters of men.
Watchers are not the fallen. It's wrong translation. It's the waiters.
Or the waiters.
We are
Okay.
waiting until they are activated.
Either way, they screwed up. They
All right,
screwed
hold
up
on,
so bad that
hold
God wouldn't even talk to them.
Hold on,
According
guys.
to that,
Let me cut in. You guys are both correct. No, you have you have the people who have fallen, who mated with our women, and then you have the people who are the watchers, who are just standing by and protecting humanity and giving them technology every now and then.
There are
Now,
those kicked out. Yeah, that's correct.
like let's say for example, Tesla. His father was his family was, they worshipped God. They worshipped one God. No one knows that. No one talks about that. But he was very heavily suppressed because no one wanted free energy for the world, because you can't profit off free energy. So therefore, he got shafted by J.P. Morgan in what I would like to call the New World Order, which affects everyone, not just us over here in the United States. It's the Legion of Doom. There are a bunch of different factions, and they're all in cahoots. They're all bloodlines. These are bloodlines, ancient bloodlines that are
That's
fighting
funny
against.
that Legion of Doom,
And
Dr. Doom, he lives in Czechoslovakia around that cause. Tesla was from
and we only
Romania or
know that by
Czechoslovakia.
hearsay. Everything we know is by hearsay for the most part.
Exactly.
So how do we know?
Exactly.
'Cause I'm going to tell you why it's hearsay. Because how many times do these corporations use the word statistics? How many times have you ever been called? Have you ever one time been called to be a statistic and give your response?
No.
And they have demonstrable samples.
It can be just made up.
Now they take 1,000 people for the first test in medicine or any other statistic or taking a questionnaire, and then when they get the right answers from 500 people, they take that group.
And you've met
do it
some of these
again, and
people
then
that
they
did
take
that?
100 people, and they say, out of 100 people, 85 people say this product works. Yes,
Right,
after
but I'm
3
saying,
rounds.
have you ever known anybody or been asked to be in this little category statistic thing test?
I've taken surveys.
Yeah.
Tiny ones mostly.
I never have. I was just
Those
wondering.
like-
I've never met nobody, and nobody's ever asked me my opinion. So I
I
just
had- I-
Never in the shop, anyone
years
stepped
for-
towards you and
1,000
said,
people when
"Can
there's
I?"
millions of us. That's kind of a penny out of a dollar.
Only ones that have ever called me up tell me my car warranties.
Can I have a moment of your time, sir?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, I love them. They'll call up and say, "Oh, your warranty." I'll answer them.
Yeah,
Say,
try to ask-
your
try to
warranty's
ask them
about
if they're
to expire,
of
and
your
I'd say,
Indian
"Oh,
name."
my vehicle warranty is going to expire. Can you give me the VIN number of which vehicle it is?" Click. Right then, it's gone because you backed them into a corner. Conversation over. But they'll keep calling.
Yeah, but it's the same with the internet scamming. You still hear about people. I don't get it. How long have they been warned now? Protect your PC, take a good virus scanner, and all that. And year in, year out, there are new victims, and
the victims participate.
Yeah, I don't know how people get scammed, especially the Bitcoin and all the digital coin. How people are still getting scammed. That is just, I can't fathom that happening to myself. I don't know how somebody could just.
the Bitcoin protocol was written in 1997 by an NSA agent. Okay.
Wait, blockchain. Wait a minute here.
What,
Blockchain.
wait a minute? It's online. It's in the
Wait,
cloud.
wait, you guys
It's
are
all
speaking way ahead of
controllable.
yourselves. Blockchain isn't fake. I don't know what you're talking about.
Blockchain is real technology. Bitcoin is bullshit that they're using to test out and implement the
No,
system.
you kind of got it backward. You kind of got it
none
backward.
of you have seen John Oliver last time. That blockchain is going to free people from slavery, but guess what?
Wait, nothing's gonna free
They turn
yourself
on the
besides
power, so
yourself.
bye-bye
Okay?
blockchain.
But wait, just wait. No.
minute.
Bitcoin is the fundamental blueprint for blockchain. When they say blockchain, they're talking about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the blueprint for blockchain. Anything that tries to copy Bitcoin is going to have rules and regulations under it.
Yeah,
Bitcoin is
and
free.
now our queen Maxima is in the World Economic Forum making legislation so all banks are forbidden to turn any coin that is e-coin into any legal money.
That's too bad for that country, though. I mean, what
For
about the
all
rest of the
countries
world?
all over the world.
Your
Why are
country's
you
not the only
saying?
country.
I have a question. Why are you saying this is going to save us? You can't see it. You can't touch it. You can't smell
Correct.
it.
Oh no. I'm not saying it's going to save you. I am a person that believes in a diversified portfolio. I don't put all my eggs in one basket. I'm
Gotcha.
going to invest in gold. I'm going to invest in silver. I'm going to invest in international stocks. I'm going to invest in my stocks, right? I'm going to invest in the cryptos that are safe, that are going to guarantee me that I have a high probability of making my money back on. I play on probability. I don't
I have a,
when you
I have a question. I have a question here to fire to everybody. Has anybody looked into the process how you need to access your Bitcoin? I'm just curious because I definitely have, and I would never invest in that. Never.
Crypto, I had an external
written in 1997, the
To
code.
each his own, man. You can invest in companies. You can invest in stock companies that invest in crypto. You don't have to actually invest in crypto.
Right.
There's so many ways to up to the top of the mountain. You have so many ways to financial freedom. Now I forgot that we were talking about this before. We were talking about money and how it becomes an issue for a certain individual that gets stuck in that mind frame that you are stuck in, or whoever's stuck in it, because you're stuck. You think and you believe government this, government that. I have to work for the rest of my life. You actually don't. You can
Right.
actually put
You can
some
become a
resources of
Bitcoin
your time,
millionaire. Is that what
educate
you're
yourself.
saying?
It doesn't just have to be Bitcoin. I said assets. I said
Has
assets.
anybody looked
The
into some
unofficial
people that invested in Bitcoin? Hold on a moment. Hold on. One moment. Somebody invested in Bitcoin when it was $3, and he had made $1 million investment, and this person still ended up going broke. He just defined, well, if I didn't know the proper times to pull it in out. It would be impossible to be broke. I think it's all a type of algorithm that is working in favor to the elites.
Correct.
When it drops, people that aren't informed, they get knocked out and cashed out. Okay, so it is like stocks. If you know, it is very risky. Very risky.
Nothing. It's more risky than stocks. There's no underlying asset valuing it.
No,
I'm trying to look up. the
You
movie
guys,
now.
okay, when it comes down to investing, you want to diversify your portfolio. Now, out of everything I like to do my research on, besides 12-step programs, spirituality, and yada yada yada, investments is what keeps me sober, sir. So I love to research this stuff, and I am kind of a geek. So the
Have
only
you
problem you're
invested
gonna have
yet?
to deal with. Oh, yes, I have. I don't have the regulations, stipulations that you have in other parts of the world. Actually, you guys being international, you have more freedom than I do because I'm being regulated like fuck over here and you're not. So, difference. The thing is, you have to be ahead of the game. It doesn't matter what it is. You have to know what your asset is, what you're going to invest in the country you live in, and how that's going to create residual income for you. It doesn't have to be crypto. It doesn't have to be stocks. It can be a laundromat. It can be a food truck. It can be a smoke shop. It can be a barbershop. Anything that gives you an asset increases your
There's
net
no
worth.
underlying exactly what you're saying. That doesn't exist for crypto.
Well, you can become a business entrepreneur and open up a barbershop or become a janitor and clean people's shit up. You can still make money. You don't have to be broke, sir.
And
Exactly, and I agree with you. I agree with you that.
in the system.
Yeah, you can stay on the treadmill, and just like my grandpa, he had this hat that says, "Every time I thought I caught up to the rat race, here come faster rats."
I would like to hear what the
Hey,
underlying value of crypto
Donnie.
is.
No. I said
What-
assets to increase your net worth.
I'm
You're not
asking
just
about one
you're
of the
not just going to have
specific
one
assets.
asset. You're not going to have one asset that determines your net worth. That's not what net worth means.
Have you ever seen a pharaoh's grave? What
A
has
guy who
he
did an
had
economics
for
degree and I was a
assets?
banker for 10 years. I understand net worth and assets. Now, you please tell me what the underlying value is in crypto, that specific asset.
What is it backed up by? Where does its value come from?
Is there
That's
any
what
utility in it? Is it good for anything?
Support of the populace and
It's a
nothing more.
I've researched it thoroughly, and it's not of interest to myself. Absolutely not.
The
If I
only
need to go,
value-
if I need to go to if I need to go to a third party to get permissions, where I'm going to buy something with more value, not interested.
All right. So, does anyone here on this platform have a job? Does anyone here work?
Every day. Why? Why?
You guys all work. All right. Have you ever heard of an international platform called Salesforce?
Well, tell us about it.
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
Oh, let me tell you about Salesforce, sir. Salesforce is built on Hypertooth Ledger software. You know what it's built on? Ethereum. Oh, wow.
Okay.
You know what
Hold
Ethereum
on.
is? It's blockchain. Oh, go ahead and
Ethereum
Google
is not
that, sir.
blockchain.
Yes.
Blockchain, a decentralized
Hyperledge
ledger
software
infrastructure
is
is different
built
from the
on Ethereum.
cryptocurrency that you buy off Coinbase.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let me show you
And
how to
also
search
on the name
things
Ethereum.
Hold on a
That's
moment.
another
I
name.
researched this. I researched this a long time ago. If I'm correct,
sell. I have to know what I talk about because I sell. You don't sell. You don't work for a sales performance team. I sell. I have to know what I'm talking about.
hold on.
Oh,
Hold
you
on.
sell, so you know about Terra Del Mar then.
There's no need to get all defensive. Where I'm just trying to get details.
No, if he
Okay.
wants to talk about
So hold on.
sailboat, he
Hold
must
on.
know
What
about
you
Terra
sell
Del
for?
Mar
Because
from each land.
you. So what do you sell?
I sell technology.
What kind? Like what company? What kind? What is it based on?
I can't go any further because you would jeopardize my job.
He's a salesman. That means that he's in marketing and he's a good marketer, so he can sell a chocolate covered rabbit turd.
Listen, you will walk into a room that's giving you free water bottles.
It's all
and I will make you pay for those free water bottles.
You said you will make him pay
for those free water bottles. I will make you pay for those free water bottles.
So you deceive people? Hold on. Hold on a moment.
Scenario.
Hold on a moment. You're just making a scenario where you're setting
I am telling you that I'm a master at my trade.
Just make it
manipulate. Hold on. So you're a master. So how are you going to sell somebody free water bottles? You must be manipulating somebody to buy something then.
Only if you're that stupid. If you don't listen, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't want to listen, you're going to buy water bottles because you didn't listen that I told you it was free. That's how stupid you are. You're so stupid that I told you the water bottle was free.
Hold on a moment. Hold on. Every panel, what did they perceive from what he stated?
I'm going to tell you so many times that this water bottle is so free.
He's getting called out on it.
When he told me he was a salesman, I knew immediately that he is a psychological manipulator because that's what you have to be in marketing and sales. If you don't know how to manipulate and market something, you can't sell it.
Very true.
I don't make money off you on these things.
Do you make money?
This is coming out of actually my heart. I don't have to come up here and tell you about any of things. I don't have to vouch for anything. I don't have to. I work a 12-step program. None of this actually fulfills me. I'm just here because some certain topics kind of intrigue me, and I like to talk about this. You think I'm actually out here talking about trying to get your damn money? I'm trying to tell you how you can multiply your money and how if you stop focusing on that bullshit, you can probably grow some money and get out of your financial situation that you're fucking in.
Why would that be a life goal?
The way you grow money, though, is if you're dishonest and whatnot, which most salespeople are.
No,
and right now, look at the price. When if my
racist.
grandma was buying a loaf
being
of bread at 5
stereotypical.
cents, and we're paying what, $4 or $5 for a loaf of bread. Where did the price of that wheat change?
That's a correction from the
Except in
banking system we
somebody's
have
head.
in the West.
I fail to understand how I give you free information. I'm not charging you for anything. I'm not selling you anything. I fail to see how I'm selling you something. I don't have to sell you anything. I'm going out of my way to tell you that you should not overlook this. Don't overthink it. Just do the research. Stocks and crypto is not going to rob you from your money. You're going to learn what an asset is. You're going to learn.
I got a question for you here, the speaker. Are you listening to anything you're saying? Because a lot of things you're defining are contradicting previous statements you're making.
No matter of that, you have stocks and bonds, sir. Then look at your stocks and bonds. On the right bottom corner, there are very tiny letters that tell you that the stock and bonds is not your property and that the original is deposed on Wall Street in a vault, and I'm not going to say where. That's your problem.
Exactly.
Yes, keep interrupting and shuck and jive. It's not going to work. The way that shuck and jive works is you just talk fast through your self-contradictions.
No, I'm not here to sell you guys anything. I'm not here working, and I don't sell this type of thing. So you guys got it kind of all twisted.
Again,
okay, I have a.
Okay, here's an example. Here's an example.
Wait, let me ask one real quick question. What is this thing, and where is it? Like, is it right here online?
Well, in terms of learning how to do all this is. It's actually a lot. Right now, I'm teaching other people how to do it within my own family because I don't want them to go through what's called financial poverty. And this is their own decision if they want to go through financial poverty. You have multiple ways to skin the cat, multiple ways to climb the mountain. I am not charging you for anything. I have not asked you for any money. I am just pointing you to the river. If you don't want to drink from the river and you want to drown, then that's fine. If you want to keep believing everything is Satan and satanic and there is no way out of the fucking matrix, then keep believing that. You're going to keep being lost.
Well,
Okay,
that's
here,
happiness and
That's all I
I would
sadness.
gotta
like to
say.
say something just for a second on that, because the government will take and create a shortage by not allowing farmers to grow certain things. Or they'll take, and if they've grown too much, like they did here a few years back, and everything, they were trying to keep people from, going to fast food places and getting fries because they were potatoes, but the government buried tons of them under the ground, just told the farmers, and they only allowed so much out. They control the commodities. So that you're saying that marketing isn't psychological, that sales isn't psychological?
Oh,
It
As
yeah.
long
is.
as it's a system of an ism, capitalism, communism, it doesn't matter.
Right.
It's the same shit.
Okay.
The
It
ones at the
is.
top
I
get
agree.
the most.
You're asking me if I trust NASA, if I trust the Vatican, if I trust Smithsonian, if I trust the European Union or whatever it is over there, because I don't know what's going on over there. But the reason why we created America is because you were keeping things undercover and you weren't telling us anything. That's why we
Incorrect.
came over here to America. Really?
Incorrect.
Really? So then what I learned in history was completely wrong. And there isn't no secret
Yeah.
societies and there isn't no secret
You
factions.
just
Oh
said
There
yes.
isn't
Oh
any of
yes,
those
there
things.
are.
someone else's
Okay, then.
vows.
But listen, in England, when the Protestant time began, when King James wanted to have a divorce, the Pope in Rome said he couldn't have his divorce. Then he wrote his Bible and started the King James Catholic belief, the Protestant. Some English nobles didn't like that, and even the taxes the King James gave him, they didn't like that either. So what was going to be a civil war. Only those nobles didn't have a big enough army. Only they could buy a ticket on the Mayflower. So they fled to America and started the new state for themselves. And that's
Please.
why the American War got of the French, the
Please
Spanish.
tell me. Yeah.
But
Tell me.
it's also very interesting to note, as we pointed out on Ryan's channel last night, that the United States government was established as a corporation on July the 3rd.
Correct, and it's only five
Or I'm
states.
sorry,
It's Guam,
July the
Hawaii,
5th.
and
Hold on July the 5th in London as a
So this
corporation.
so
It's
this
owned by-
corporation would be lying under fictional.
Yes, it's we
It's
never broke away from England. It's a ruse, man.
That is
Fictional.
that is correct. Whoever
Why do you
just said
think
that is
everybody's always
correct.
everybody's
It's
flipping out
yeah.
about the fucking king all the time and the queen and all that shit? Why
We
would
are
we
still
even
have
care?
governors. You still have governors, and four states that were of the English king. Virginia is also a state is apart, like Washington D.C., and the other three
Well, it's a
states are still
commonwealth.
paying taxes to England.
To be honest, sir, I think we signed a treaty to prevent the discovery of Tartaria here in America, and England wasn't going to fuck with us, and they just stayed away, and we made our own history. That's my own conclusion. I think there was a treaty signed, so England and us didn't fuck with each other. That's why we created America, even though we separated from you guys because you weren't trying to give us the full history, and you still hold that shit in archives.
Like the moment
Who says?
it's the wrong translation. Tartaria is Barbaria, Hunland. The Huns were Christian
Abraham Lincoln's inaugural address was
Amazing.
translated from Arabic, and Lincoln wrote a letter thanking the Sultan of Morocco for the speech.
I will break the biggest secret that's in the world, and that in this moment there is a truce between Islam, Christianity, and the Eastern Christian Pope in Constantinople, and that's when the last crusade ended. And since then, there has been a truce between those three parties. So there is no war between Islam and Christianity and all that shit. People die, yes, don't get me wrong, but it's all a control system.
The Abrahamic religions is the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Yes.
K2, K2, are you really close to your mic? Because it sounds like it's sort of getting air when you're talking, or maybe it's just myself hearing something.
Lines.
No, I lost my two front teeth when I had a heart attack.
Oh my God!
No. Just the mic. The mic sounds like it's puffing, like it's getting static when you talk. Going.
Okay.
It's
tell
anyways.
you.
I have a
teeth from a heart attack.
Felt, I would imagine, I'm going to take a guess. He fell forward and he was unconscious and didn't brace himself.
Correct.
Well, next time you should catch
Would
your
have been
cat.
such a badass fucking detective.
Common sense.
I stood. I stood
12
up
step,
on the
12
bed
step.
where I
12
was
steps.
sitting, and yeah, lights out, boom, and second
K2.
time. So
It's like shrooms. Well, and it's coming off shrooms. It's weird.
How old were you when you had a heart attack? If you don't mind myself asking, you need not answer no personal
last time was
information.
2 months back.
I want to do.
Wow. So you've had a few heart attacks?
2 times now.
Wow. Okay.
Did you ever leave and come back?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like
Yeah, I
having
didn't want to bring that topic up.
Oh, we did.
I died
Well,
one
you
time.
You had
have
an NED, near death experience.
Yeah, multiple ones.
You don't want to talk about that? I'm
Well,
really curious to hear
there was,
if
there
ever.
was this woman on the other show, and I don't want to. The others in the chat and that show also. I had this and I had, so I don't want to. Yeah.
Well, I just wondered because I have, so I just asked. But you don't have to talk about that.
If I'm correct, you're the same person, maybe. Am I not?
I'll tell you what, I found, you know, I looked for commonalities in the different stories and shit. I'm very fascinated by it as one who doesn't fear death. Of course, I'm not avidly searching for it, but I know it's an inevitable part of this, and I don't look at it as an end anymore. I look at it more as like a beginning, a metaphor, a metamorphosis out of this reality into another, or back to source. I don't know. I'm kind of anxious to find out, but you know, not in a way that I'm going to go avidly looking for it. You know what I'm saying?
Sooner or later, everybody goes next.
Well, my experience in a way saved my life. So, you know,
Yeah,
I don't look at it as a bad thing.
To some,
I
it's
heard
a
the most.
revelation. To others, it's a big scare. And for most that get the notion that they're not made of concrete, they're a piece of paper. And then when that hits in, then they got, the life questions.
What I find humorous is all these people that believe you're going to go to the pearly gate and Peter's going to check for your name and send you where you're supposed to go. And
I'm sorry.
And the other people that think you're just going to die and you're going to just get put in the ground until Jesus comes and then he's going to lift you up. And
let me correct you there. There are no pearly gates. Okay.
I know there's not.
It's a description, but on Peter, they're correct. If there were pearly gates, he would be fucking outside.
So
listen to me. Jesus spoke Aramaic. You are the rock that they will build my kingdom on.
If there's no pearly gates.
In Aramaic, that saying, a rock where the kingdom is built on, is telling your student, you're the most worthless piece of shit I have.
So
Peter's cross is inverted. Why? Because the Romans crossed him upside down.
Yep.
He wouldn't die then. You need to sit on be crossed right side up. You hang forward and your lungs get crushed. And that's how you die. So again, Peter standing outside the gate because he was taught the right way. He bastardized it. Whole world got infected with it. And he can watch in, let everybody in, but he can never step in.
Well, I never met the man or entity, so I just say I'm sorry. And I wasn't put on trial neither. And told, okay, before you can go past this point, you know, you have to face your trial. None of that garbage we're taught.
No, you know it for yourself. You get the feeling, you had it, and others had it with the NDE, the warm embrace.
Yes,
and then at that moment,
exactly
you
like
know
that.
exactly what you've done. Exactly.
Like you're a baby again, you know, you're all cuddled up and warm in a blanket and being hugged by your mama. This most, you know.
Here, let me throw you guys some definitions real
love.
quick. Hold on.
But way bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that too, that you feel like you're gigantic.
Well, I mean,
you do actually.
The loveness, that unconditional love is bigger than what you can just imagine in your head, you know, when you're here, you don't get that kind of love from other people, you know.
Has
And so
anyone?
it's way bigger than that. It's just this. It's like it's never ending.
Yeah, correct. Has any one of you seen? And it's very hard in the beginning, the first half hour. It's 2 or 3 years back. It was called The Shack. That movie. Has anyone seen that?
So the shack.
Copies of the book.
The
I
Shack,
so.
like a shed back in the back.
No, I'm not.
No, I
seeing
have.
it.
It sounds familiar. Sounds familiar.
It was a real religious movie, and it's about a father and a mother, and they lose their youngest kid, and he meets the Trinity, and yeah, I cry every time I see that movie. I can't help it. It's almost perfect. That's the warm embrace, and they explain guilt and your actions you've done in such a correct way. I'll try to post a link to the Rumble. I have an illegal copy of it, so people can. I'll post it in the chat.
We don't break laws around here.
I don't break laws. I found it.
He found it. Finders keepers, losers weepers.
Yeah,
Don't forget
I
that.
found it.
And that is a real thing in law.
That's what I said about the car I was driving, but they still said that's not going to fly.
I get that, but on the other side, he is one of the actors in this movie. Still is lying to you from his teeth in the new series, season 4. What's it called? Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch. He's the PhD fake doctor.
What?
Yeah, have you seen that series, Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch?
What the anomalies, the anomalies that are happening
Yeah.
in Skinwalker Ranch seem very
If you
similar.
believe
to the
in them, yeah.
Seem very similar to the Bermuda Triangle. Do you want to go take a ship to the Bermuda Triangle to prove me wrong, real quick?
No, but because in the Bermuda Triangle there are gas pockets beneath the ocean
Oh yeah,
floor, and they make you sink.
because you figured it out. Okay, thank you.
You know what? You know what's really in the Bermuda Triangle?
So a submarine base
Nothing.
also.
They don't want you going there because that's where all the rockets go when they go up, and you see them going over. Oh, they're getting ready for the spin of the Earth, and then they go out of sight, and they say, "Oh, they went over the curve of the Earth." No, they don't. They splash down in the fucking
Sovereign
ocean.
soul, but the stories of ships going missing predates.
I know. I know.
Methane buckets. Methane buckets is one theory, just a theory.
And nobody has seen discoveries drain the oceans
No,
where
no,
all
no.
the planes have been
you got
found
you
from
got
the
someone
Bermuda
right now.
Triangle.
His name is David Pilates. He wrote many books called Missing 411. Holy crap.
Oh yeah, he's a great guy.
This
Correct.
thing got really big. I started following him a long time ago, but he was an ex-detective here in the United States and started tracking down missing people throughout the United States. And he tracked them through clusters. And believe it or not, it started getting linked to kind of the UFO paranormal sightings where people go missing and Bigfoot, which Bigfoot, in my opinion, are the connection to the leftover Nephilim after the flood.
Or the hidden military bases
reddish
that kidnap
brown,
people for the trafficking.
the reddish brown hair. Those I don't know if you've read the account or heard the account of soldiers that engaged a giant in Kandahar province in Afghanistan, I believe back in 2005. And
man in the ghillie suit.
There's some corroborating stories to back that shit up too. But
was this with the military? Was this with the military?
Yeah, the United States military.
Not just
is that the one
multiple
with the
military.
with the sword or the knife, and then they ended up shooting in the head multiple times with a machine gun? Is that the one?
They took it back to the base with a helicopter, and they had 3 pallets to take it.
Did they show?
All fantasy.
The thing that I'm getting in the connection though is this idea of the reddish hair, the reddish brown hair.
Have you ever seen a ghillie suit from a
I
sniper?
live in Washington State, and they said when Mount St. Helens exploded and the volcano went off the top of it and everything, that the military came in there because there was a report of a Sasquatch or a Sabe, whatever you want to call them, and they had to help them because they was injured. Now, I don't know if that's true. It's just one of the things that is told around here.
Here, let me
I,
tell you.
There are a lot of
I'm
stories
from
around.
I'm Central American. I'm from Nicaragua. So that empire spans Aztec and Mayan. I have a lot of stories passed down through my bloodline. They
Yes,
did talk about giants.
Yeah, yeah.
grandfather. Yeah.
They did.
Patagonia literally means big feet. And you see some of these depictions and illustrations of when Captain Cook went there, and these dudes are standing like 9-10 feet tall. The guy barely comes up to his waist. You know,
Do-
the English sailors.
Don't forget, most people were around, what is it, 5.5 feet around
Yeah,
that
yeah.
course. And some people now still are 7 feet, 8 feet, about 2 meter, 2 meter
Yes.
10. There are a lot of
They
people.
first noticed this guy. If you read the account,
Yeah.
they first noticed this guy. He was running on the beach and naked, throwing sand on himself in the air and doing some kind of a dance.
The difference was the Inca were the shorter
No,
natives, and the
you
Aztec were the longer ones.
no, you had David. We have more recent accounts. We had David and Goliath.
Mm.
In the Aztec and Mayan Empire, we had semi-giants there holding boulders at people at the Spanish inquisitors. These
We had
people trying
Andre
to
the
come.
Giant.
Oh, that's another person, right?
You can
People who are
still
descendants
find
of those bloodlines.
you can still find giants today. When you look at the biggest, tallest lady, they look huge compared to the average person. They would
my
be
God.
perceived what
The
a
man in
Nephilim would look
India
like.
and
Listen to the stories of the Paiute. That's part of their history. It's not legends and tales.
Correct. You're
They
talking about
talk
the
about a
cave with the
war.
red-head giants.
They talk about this war they had with them. They say these
Yeah.
things would pick up a buffalo up under their arm like you would pick up a dog.
And what if that were
is someone
Vikings?
snoring? I think
White
someone.
red-head Vikings.
Probably Vikings. Yeah, they would seem like they're descendants of Vikings. Now, you guys remember that song from Pocahontas when they're singing about the savages? They aren't talking about the Englishmen. They're talking about the giants that they fought before the Englishmen came in the movie Pocahontas by Disney. That whole song that they're singing about savages, they're talking about the giants that they extinguished.
Yeah.
The stories of the Navajo, they extinguished giants because the giants were coming over and eating babies and kids and stuff.
Well,
They were
one of the
carnivores.
stories that I'd
told
heard.
this. Pocahontas was 13 years old when she was taken away by John Smith.
One of the stories that I've heard through the Paiute was that they were at war with these giants. They were red haired, had 6 fingers, 6 toes, double row of teeth. And they were, eating their people and shit. These people would come along and pick up a buffalo under their arm. And one of the practices that they would do is described in these stories is they'd come into the village and they would grab people up and bite their heads off and throw their bodies down and get as many as they could.
Correct.
And then go back and collect up the bodies to go
Since
eat.
the first war, what does man do?
So what they did
They
is
get
they
armor on
confronted
their
them.
head and on their belly, so the double teeth could be a helmet with.
Well,
jagged
no,
points
that's
on front,
this
so
is
they
where
have
it
double
starts.
teeth.
K2,
It's a
this is where
description.
K2, this
Okay.
is where it starts to get really interesting.
So where are
what they
these
did,
giants? Where are
according to
these
this,
giants supposed to come from? I'm just trying to
I
clarify all this.
I don't know.
Attack on Titan in real life.
But
Are they supposed to maybe come from the center of the earth? Maybe.
Well, here's what happened with this. So
Maybe
they
there's a
confronted them.
differentiation in your genes.
They got together and they confronted these giants, went to war with them, and they ran them into a cave. And they they were coaxing the giants to try to come out and fight them, and they wouldn't come out. And so they set fire at the mouth of the cave and suffocated
they all
it out with
suffocated
smoke.
them.
Years later, in the early 1900s, in what's known now as Lovelock Canyon in the Sierra Nevada area, right in the Mojave Desert, they found a cave where they were digging out guano from this cave. It's a very valuable fertilizer.
Yeah, it was the same case.
So as they were digging in there, they found the remains of very, very large humans with double rows of teeth, 6 fingers, red hair, everything. And it matches up with what the legend or the stories that these Paiutes are telling.
On the red hair, that's organic material. In guano has a high acidity, so that would have
How do you
been
get the double row?
deteriorated.
How do you get the double row of teeth in a huge skull? We're talking about a skull that's,
correct.
like,
I know about
like
the
this
stories.
fucking big,
Since
Have you seen those?
stories
Have
I've
you
heard,
seen? Have you seen those
Cortez, his
skulls?
sable was a reaper. That's what Cortez used as a sword. And they found a cave where they found the skull, where he put his sword in until the last heft, where his hand was, that deep was that skull. So that also was a giant skull. But was it the human skull? Was it an elephant skull? Same with the dinosaurs. They construct and they find, and maybe some of the pieces were
I'm gonna
constructed wrong.
listen.
But they could be very tall people.
Here's
Yeah.
some suspicious shit about I'm gonna tell you some suspicious shit about the dinosaurs. Okay.
Everything.
Yeah. Especially even the very first one. Very first one.
Yeah, there's only a toe bone.
It was a tooth.
Yeah, same with Homo floresiensis.
They said,
the
"Oh, it
tiny
must have been
man.
this.
It's
They
a
had to
finger
have come
bone.
from. Had to have come from this giant fucking lizard." Oh, okay. And after that, boy, people were finding dinosaurs all over the goddamn place.
And have you seen all we
What
learned
about
in
all the
college?
fossils we have of like larger creatures and stuff like that?
You think
Well,
it's
they're
all
still
staged?
teaching
Sorry.
university as
You know,
Yeah.
all that.
evolution facts.
Hold on, no,
Because
hold
there's
on.
rivers right now that have never been dry that are going dry, and they're finding incredibly large fossils in the
Okay.
rock bedrock of those rivers.
Dreamy,
Yeah, they need new money, so
we
they
have
need new finds.
no wait. We do have
It's a
documentation of
scheme.
us. We have documentation of us living with these ancient animals.
That's
So
I know.
there must have been a most recent cataclysm, not the one that killed the Cretaceous period, but that killed the most recent of
You're
them all.
absolutely right.
The
Look,
last big flood was
the
1600
process,
years ago.
the process of fossilization or petrification doesn't take long at all. I'm looking for it right now. I have a picture. Here we go.
The cave in England.
Well, I'm not talking about them saying crap some millions and millions of gazillion years
Well,
old.
just
I'm not
to
talking
put it
about
in
that.
context,
It's
look,
not only
this
on
is-
that topic. Even Lucy and all the facts that are still in the books, even nowadays in universities, they've all been debunked of proven frauds, and they're still being taught.
That's a petrified German sailor.
Now,
And how did he get petrified?
Calcified.
here's the scary thing. Now that there's a lot of things getting debunked, there's a lot of things about the Bible being proved true time and time again, which is telling you you're not going to go to the Bible to learn math and science specifically, but the Bible does contain math, science, and it is a catalog of the planet Earth as
It's
it
an
progressed.
almanac for the stars.
That's the way I
Nothing more.
that's the way I
It's a
see the
coded
Bible
book.
in different languages, no matter what language you go to, because like I said, I'm on the Quran now. Did Jehovah Witness, Catholicism, and Christianity, they're a lot very, very similar. You follow core principles. The core principles is because we're supposed to live in harmony, because tomorrow isn't promised. Earth can sneeze and fart tomorrow, which means a cataclysm, and we're all gone. So if we don't unify and learn how to work as a species and a people, we're just going to go extinct.
We need
There
to
is a
accept
higher
we
power for me.
differ.
I
Yeah.
still believe in a higher power. I still believe in someone out there
The
that
wheat
created us.
right now, listen, people,
Correct.
this is for real. Right now, the wheat is being separated from the tares. That is what
Exactly.
is going on right now. Right at this
Yep.
moment. It
Yep.
really is. And we are seeing some serious crap coming down from the adversary, permeating through where it always said it would, through our government, through our law system. What is the Leviathan that spreads its tentacles from the sea across the lands of the earth, right? What is that? The Levites were the creators of the law. They were in charge of the law. This is why Leviticus
No.
contains all the biblical laws in it, right? Okay. So the Leviathan, we are under the law of commerce, which is the law of the sea.
That's
This
correct.
thing has
yeah.
spread its tentacles out across the face of the earth, and look where we're at. Okay. You gotta look deeper into these things. People are there's some people that will actually be looking for for an actual fucking monster to come up out of the ocean. That's not how
No,
they
it's the
do it.
web around the world.
It is, and it,
I want to add something in here. I can see into the mid etheric astral planes. Sometimes, very rarely, it has occurred. But I've seen a huge tentacle. Okay, and these tentacles are like synthetic, organic, mechanical. So there is something to that Leviathan with those arms. Okay, and I actually
I
touched
saw
it
it too.
I.
Sting. I
Yeah.
saw it
Yep.
too. I saw it too, and it's like a the way it looked to me was like a webbing. And it
Yeah. And then,
reminded me of the way that the pattern of webbing on a dollar bill is. You
yeah.
know what I'm
Like
talking
Cthulhu.
about? And it's like it's got like a hole, everything's stuck to it. It's trying to keep everything stuck to it.
Yeah.
Well,
On
see,
its end of
here's a little something on these tall people too that is very curious, because my son-in-law, his sister, is one of those people that doesn't stop growing. She's bedridden now.
how
Giantism.
tall is
She's
she?
a few years older than him, but they give her medication most of her life to keep her from growing, because she was already like 6 foot tall in like the 5th grade. And she just grew fast and she was growing tall. And now
Giantism.
she's
That's a disease.
bedridden because she can't, her body just, it can't handle that. You know, the medications and I don't know, but they
How
said it was
tall is
something
she?
about a gene. Last I knew that Eric told me about was she was, I think, close to 7 foot now, maybe a
Yeah, that's
little
called
over.
giantism. That's what Andre the Giant has,
So,
and more
but she's
people around the
carrying
world.
some type of a gene or something in her genetics that they
She got
have.
RH. Is she got RH negative blood?
I'm not sure. I just know about her that it's not something the family talks a whole lot about. But Eric told us some stuff about her, and I know she was on medication to keep her from growing. But
Yeah.
it's it's something that's like in her genes or genetic or something like that. I do know they did testing and stuff on her.
I'm
Yeah,
surprised they
do you
didn't
know
do an
Samson the
Is bank
liger?
currency sleeping? Because somebody's like snoring or
I
sleeping,
heard
No,
that. I
not
heard
me,
that.
Yeah,
not me.
the breathing
and bank
constantly.
currency ain't really talking. So I'm
No,
thinking,
I'm not sleeping. Never let
huh?
me.
It's
What's
Don't have
that?
not
me near
him.
me.
But everyone's heard about the liger, Samson, the crossbreed between the lion and the tiger.
Yes,
I
yes,
wanted to
yes.
mention that. I was going
Yeah,
to mention that next. Yep, that's
Yes,
okay.
they crossed them.
And that uh, took out the gene that limited the growth. And I believe Samson died a couple of years ago, and the other one's still alive and still is growing.
How
And
big is
it's
he?
it's about as big as a car now, a little European car, okay, but
Oh, yeah,
What
they're
it,
do you
huge,
want to meet
man.
that at night in the forest?
So do you
No,
think they're gene splitting to create
No,
that, or
that that
some
that
kind of
poor
something?
girl has, yeah, was so that unlucky. She has giantism is in the medical books. They know
Right.
about it since 1800s or so.
Well, I think they knew about it before that, but yeah,
Yeah, and
we'll
sadly
stick
they
with
can't do anything about it. We got
everything
two.
happened in the 16 to 1800s
yeah.
that we've
Yeah, the
been taught,
so-called
and it's all
revolution.
crazy.
Yeah.
Well,
But
you know, I live here in Virginia, and I'm on the western side of the state. I can literally see the Allegheny Mountains to the west of me,
Oh, you
which is
never
where West
sought
Virginia
out the
starts.
gold mine that is lost.
So, yeah, right. Well,
let's
Yeah, I
go
know the
find it.
stories.
the the wife and I, we went over to Williamsburg, Colonial Williamsburg, and that's right near the Yorktown battlefield. And there, you know, okay, let's check out Williamsburg. And what I noticed about a lot of these things was it said this is a recreation of the governor's palace that sat here. And this is a recreation of this. And you find that there's a couple buildings that are original and they don't even really match up with what they're trying to present. That all aside, and I've got some
Yeah, good
video
sir.
from
We needed to
inside
do
the
that.
place.
We had a tornado. We needed to rebuild.
Yeah. Well, then when I got to the Yorktown battlefield, I'm touring that. And of course, this is where Cornwallis surrendered to
You
Washington
feel
after
it.
this battle.
You feel the vibe if
And
you're open to it.
You go there and here's like this. Here's where a battery was at, and here's this is a recreation of the ramparts that were here, and this is a recreation of this, and this is a recreation of that. And I was like, there's no real actual fucking proof that anything actually happened here. None whatsoever. This is a story and some props that are filled in to fit the story.
What's your opinion on the great pictures they took, the photographs of the American Revolutionary War?
Photographs of the American Revolution?
Or at least the 1800s. There's some
okay. Well,
pictures,
the American Revolution was in the 18th century. You're talking about 19th century, the Civil War, the second war of American independence.
Okay, sorry.
We call it the Civil War, war between the states.
Yeah, people don't remember that's the photographer under the curtain with the big stick next to him. Poof. So they had to stand there for 5 minutes or so. Middle of the battle.
I'm suspect of a lot of the photographs and things. This is Matthew Brady you're talking about. There was another guy too. I'm trying to remember what his name was, but Matthew Brady got all the attention, and one of the reasons he took what were considered very gory and horrific pictures of battlefields was to put into the minds of the American people of how terrible war is and that we shouldn't do this. This is a bad thing,
Pictures.
But there's a lot of them, like from Gettysburg. Okay. Now I happen to know, he went and took these pictures in September. So how is there pictures of bodies from a battle that happened in July? Secondly, when you see the soldier that's in the supposed sniper's nest at Devil's Den, that body appears in another photograph in another place in a whole nother pose.
There you go.
So,
we're on Rumble, so like I say, there has been proof that some of the pictures in history books from Auschwitz, one of the famous ones is the sleeping quarters with the people next to a wooden pillar, and there are two people in the Auschwitz clothing, and they have proven it's a composite, and those people are not standing there.
Oh yeah, here's the thing. Yeah, thanks for sharing this about the fossilization thing. This is cool.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Let me bring this up.
Right.
It's great. It's a waterfall and it's a cave, and wow.
Yeah. It's a magical waterfall, turns anything that touches it into stone. And there's people take shit and they hang it there, and they'll come back in a very short period of time. They got teddy bears have been fossilized, all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
What's behind that?
On the outside. Okay. So
the natural scientific process that shape how our world forms and grows can be very interesting and somewhat fascinating thing to observe. It doesn't take much to do it. You literally have to step outside. I feel that it is what makes being in nature so rewarding and freeing. You are seeing our world, Let's get on to the fucking story. Originally called the Dropping Well, it was open to the public back in 1630. This is a drawing of the spring from the 1750s. As centuries went by, people began noticing some strange things happening to anything that came in contact with water from the spring. The items would seem to become petrified or turn to stone. Because of this, many people felt that they too would turn to stone if they came in contact with the water. The spring is also said to have been home to an ancient evil that came in the form of the daughter of a prostitute. According to the legend, Mother Shipton, also known as Ursula Southell, was born in the cave by a local prostitute. The people also thought she was the devil. Her physical hideousness was said to be proof of her demonic origin. Legend also says that she predicted the Spanish Armada, Great Fire of London in 1666, and the invention of cell phones. Huh.
You sure they didn't toss Medusa's head in there?
Of Virgin Mary.
They may have. See all these things down here? All these that's shit that people hang from there on this line to be petrified.
And the
really
cave like that is in India, I believe, somewhere.
Even with that fascinating stories, most of the attention that the springs gets is because of its properties of the water. The water from the spring contains large amounts of soluble limestone. When the water touches something, the limestone deposits start to build up. over time, it
Yeah.
effectively turns everything in its path into stone. People have been hanging items.
Yeah, crystallize. Basically crystallizes.
Calcifies on the outside. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
But when
like
you
making a
wait
crystal.
long enough, like a teddy bear, it's soft, so it absorbs better. Maybe
Yep.
within
Yeah.
2 years, it's completely calcified and stoned.
Yep. Look at that,
Permanently
how
stoned.
that stuff forms up like a veil. It's been building up over the years, formed up like a veil over the rock.
Yeah, and the people
Somebody's-
that drank that water that had too much of that calcium in
Yeah.
it got deformities and sicknesses. That's why they
Yep.
had the witch there. Same with the green children; they had too much copper in the water.
Yep.
And when you pollute the water, you get sick. When you put a dead animal in a creek, watch what happens.
Yeah, and it's interesting because a lot of these fossils they say they find are right. They say one of the best places to find them is where a river or stream bends at, because that shit will deposit into
Yeah,
that curve.
it's almost a week back, but you showed that we in Holland received from Mr. Buzz Aldrin himself a moon rock that turned out to be, after investigation, petrified wood.
Petrified wood.
You gotta
So-
be kidding me. They couldn't have gotten anything better.
Listen,
Well, you
Jeez.
can go into the deserts of Arizona and stuff, and you can find inland, you can find rock or sediment that's, now in rock form with all
It's the
kinds
same
of
with the
shales
asteroid
and
story.
everything
I
like
got an
that.
asteroid and I can prove it because when I put it under the
So
microscope,
I know
there are these tiny
fossils
parts.
exist.
Well,
And I don't think that the ocean has been on our mountains or in our deserts for a long ass time.
No,
I'm not saying
No.
millions of years, but
if
a
if
good
geology
number.
was correct, you got
maps from the 17th and 16th century depict California as an island.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. And where that water is at is right where the Mojave Desert is. It's right where Death Valley is. Okay.
and a lot of volcanoes.
And so when and I used to live right there in Death Valley, man. And there's places there, and a little placard sign says 800,000 years ago, this was completely under 800 feet of water or some shit like that. Or so many million years ago, it was under 800 feet of water. And I'm like, bullshit. It was less than a few hundred years ago. It was underwater.
Southern Soul, take the sextant, the Masonic symbol,
Mhm.
draw a circle. It's the exact correct a pathway for the ring of fire.
Oh yeah.
There are all the volcanoes. They came up out of the water. They spewed the lava and build and build and build and build and build until they came above the water line, so the water couldn't cool anymore, and then it settled.
But I'll tell you, and there again, I found seashells and shit in Death Valley.
Yeah.
There's dry lake beds. You look at the mountains, the Panamint Mountains, and you can see where the different layers of water had acted upon the mountain.
Same on the age of the Earth. Geology
Did you find-
states water comes down, so rock and everything on Earth, there's a sediment in the river, and that goes to the ocean. Okay, then if that happens, why are not all oceans filled with sediment to the brim?
Man, you look, I'll tell you something. This is crazy. On Google Earth, I'm going to show you all this, and then I'm going to have to start thinking on shutting it down. Been on here quite a while. Let me pull this up. Let me pull this up. This is
Yeah.
cool. When you look at the oceans on Google Earth,
Yeah, they're welded together.
well, it's not just that.
And
It's
they
like
show
you
us
start
pictures.
you start seeing what are like obviously track marks or roads and like what would seem to be like towns and shit like
Yeah.
that. I
Yes.
mean, you see this shit all over the place. Let me see. Why is this on here?
Go a bit higher. You're near Africa or not?
Let me see.
No. Go towards Africa. We're gonna have some fun now.
Oops.
Yeah, more northerly, and then you go to the the Canary Islands. Find them,
Let's
and
see,
then
where
go
are
underwater. To the left, to
Are
the
they
left,
where's
northern
to the
point
left?
of Africa.
Okay, wait a
If you
second.
can
There
see
it is. Right
Spain to
there.
there,
Isn't that it?
yeah, zoom in there, and go underwater. those tops
Oh wow,
of
look
those
at
mountains.
That's a volcano.
Yeah. Welcome to Atlantis, ladies and gentlemen. It's there.
Where's those one? I was looking at something here and I saw like it looked like. I mean, look at these.
Yeah, those circles
like
in the
this.
Sahara,
What the fuck
and
is,
they had them in
what is
Portugal.
that? Look at that. That's like a road, and then it takes this turn. Right?
The
There's
Bimini
nothing
Road.
in nature makes angles like that.
That's the Bimini Road.
And it's
There
insane.
was a
Man.
special on it 15 years ago.
Crystals
That's
could
insane.
take
Well,
that
so what,
structure.
that's what gets you is there's all this shit that's, and we're worried about gonna go try to go tell people we go into Mars. They don't even know what the hell's here. You know what I'm saying?
They go to the island left of Greenland. That's Mars. There's
Yeah,
a
listen, that's
NASA
something that
special
fascinates the
station.
hell out of me is because let's see, here's Greenland. And where is let's
Well,
see over
there's
here.
mountains and
There's
valleys and
Iceland.
volcanoes and everything in the oceans.
There's supposed to be a place right here called Friesland.
Friesland,
right here.
Scotland. That's now in the northern province of the Netherlands, Friesland.
And
They
then you
speak
get
the
over-
oldest language of the world.
Really?
Yeah, Nederlands.
Look at
Older than
this.
Sumerian.
Look at this straight line right here. What is that? I mean, this right here almost looks like.
Can you go back up a little bit?
Look, that
Because
looks
I
almost
think-
like a city. Does it look like city blocks and roads and shit? Look at this, and it comes around like that, comes straight up like this. Here you got this one coming down. You got this angled road right here, kind of like how we got in DC. These two merged together, completely straight lines. What in the world is that?
Yeah,
Look
building
at that.
plans have been the
Well,
same forever.
these images
Look at
have
that.
improved because I had this one when it
Well,
came out a while back
also you
ago.
have to
Images
understand
have
they
gotten
run
better.
all kinds of like technology and stuff under the ocean as well. So they would have to dig in order to put a trench to bury like lines and whatnot that they're doing to connect all the internets and this and that. So they
Yeah, the nuclear subs can go to the bottom, but living under the sea,
No.
maybe 300 meters, and
Well,
that's it.
well, let's go
No,
back
no.
to let's go
You
back.
guys
to,
are there's a global flood that happened. You
right.
And it,
right.
and
I
it's
was going to
receding.
go back
off.
to before Noah because it never rained. The dew from the ground came up and watered the plants and the trees, and the rivers and stuff flowed freely. But they didn't
That's-
mention oceans at that time. But then the great flood happened after the firmament went over us.
Because the stories that were written down by people that lived somewhere they hadn't seen an ocean.
So
Do you know how big Africa is? If you live in the center of Africa, you never get to the side by foot. That's why they took 40 years to get from northern Africa to southern Africa.
yeah.
But who's to say all this that we're seeing on this mapping isn't another deception by
That's true,
It's
too.
on a
whoever?
globe, so it's incorrect.
Yeah,
Well,
'cause
I know that is a deception. But once we start getting in, all they've done is they've put these high altitude
Yeah, that could be
photographs.
artifacts of the layering of the photos. But if you pull it back, you can see that almost 1/3 of the whole Earth is an ocean. And
well,
that
the Pacific
also-
Ocean is
you see,
1/3 of all the water
Look at
on
that.
Earth.
Can you guys see that
That's
pattern in
what
there?
we're told.
Yeah, but this is a
Yeah,
half sphere now.
and
That's
in
a
these
central
patterns,
point,
sphere.
and these come
Yeah,
off
these-
of that central point. In
when I
straight
really
line.
look at these patterns, Sob, I can see like different alien faces. It's almost like artwork. I can't really
Yeah, also
be 100% sure.
No, wait. They're also called ley lines.
Yeah, ley lines,
Those-
but I didn't
those
make
go-
this map. I didn't map it, so I don't know if it's accurate. I'm just saying there's a lot of deception for
Yeah,
people
they-
that are representing this.
I agree.
Right? I
There's
don't know what to
anomalies.
Don't you
Yeah.
think
Most
it's
ley
awful
lines-
kind of? Oh, look at there! They're not even good. They're not even
Yeah,
good.
look at this. That looks like a monkey head. Look at that.
That's
you got
what-
the eye, and you got
That's
the
where the
mouth
Lich
over
King
there.
lives. That's where Arthas lives, man. Lich King.
It's kind of like looks to me kind of like the shape of a brain.
To me, it looks like a monkey head with sort of a little thing under its chin.
Oblongata, the frontal lobe.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? With
And
that,
then on the
where it curves up, that's his ear.
It
Look
is an
over here, he's
abstract
got his
copy
tongue
of the
sticking out.
European and
Okay,
African northern part.
go.
Little goatee.
If you go to the opposite side, there's another face, an eye with a nose. It almost looks like a lioness head with sort of a line to the back, another head on the back.
All right, now this is Antarctica,
Now we're
right?
cloud painting, y'all.
Antarctica.
This is Antarctica.
Indeed.
So supposedly there's something called New Schwabenland there, and the Third Reich is happening. New Schwabenland, and Hitler never died. He
Yes,
escaped to
What's on the
Argentina.
other side? Well, I want to know.
That's
And how
correct.
big is the pole to hide what was on the other side? I'm just curious.
There's nothing there.
No,
There you go.
supposedly there's
this
pyramids
is-
in Antarctica. There's ancient structures there, and that's flash frozen there.
This
They
is
claim.
fiction. This
They-
right here
there's
is
I'm
fiction.
just
Yes,
saying,
you know what?
if you've
There's
got a
nothing there.
South Pole, how big around is the pole so that you can't see the land on the other side of it till you get on the other side of it? You know,
What
I'm
was
just
the
saying,
remark the other-
there's
the other guy?
contradictory words out there that tell us how ridiculous and stupid that some of the stuff we're told, like having, a globe, and that's the continent of Antarctica that's on the south of us, right? Come on, it's
Yeah.
crazy.
I don't know
mean,
what to
they
believe with their
tell-
statistics.
Who was it, Saab, that said that
There are
they
multiple
once they got to
insights,
the
only
South
most
Pole, they saw
deviate from the truth.
land beyond the pole?
I'm in
Yeah,
the middle.
Admiral
I
Byrd.
don't. The Earth
Right.
is not
Richard Byrd
flat.
said it. Richard Byrd.
Yeah,
In
was,
my-
was it your
Right,
show?
so-
that it-
In my
If it's
opinion,
a pole, you'd just be able to see right in front of you and still be
Maybe-
seeing ice and snow.
Maybe he's part of the agenda. He's just a storyteller. I've read into that too, but they showed
Yeah, on the
photos
bird
doing that.
story,
But
was
I
the
didn't
guest-
take I didn't take those
Sorry.
photos. Right? I didn't take those photos. I always
Correct.
define this. If I
Yes,
wasn't there,
correct. Yes, show him that. Now you see Antarctica. Ta-da!
No,
They
no,
copied
look
the
Yeah.
here.
map.
This is
This is an old Greek
1587.
map.
1587. And this is Antarctica, but look at what we see in Antarctica. We
There
see
should be
depictions of
there should be a big icicle down there at the pole where all the
Welcome to
water
the world,
keeps dripping
people.
off.
This is
I don't
what it
know.
looks like.
but take a look.
Yeah,
look.
okay. How
They're
do we know
showing
this
us-
map?
They're depicting, they're depicting flora and fauna. And
This
what
is
you
the
just
most
said about
correct map
flash
there is
freezing,
for the moment. It
I
differs-
don't know.
what you were
Yeah,
talking
I don't
about
There
flash
is
freezing.
there is nothing to the south. A
this
lot of
tells you.
water.
Look, this tells you that it's cyclical. There's changes or pole shifts that happens on this planet. So
Nope.
okay,
That's what
there
they
isn't.
tell us.
Okay,
that's what they tell
you.
us.
But this is
Saab,
what you
zoom out.
see.
Can you,
Wait a
can you
minute,
zoom
wait a
out?
minute.
Sperm
I would
and
like
environment.
I would like to point something out
There's
on
a
pole shift.
passage. Look, there's a
Saab,
passage.
can you zoom
through.
out?
Yep.
So we can see the whole map.
Yeah.
It's great.
And then
There's
maybe we can
Antarctica.
get
It's
speculate.
They tell us there was a
They
pole
copied
shift,
the
but
middle
what
point.
shifted?
Copied it to Antarctica.
There was no
They-
pole shift.
You have
I
a,
know
you have
that
a
it doesn't
center.
exist, but see, it was a code word, and a bunch of morons thought that they were talking about the whole Earth was going to flip upside down. When what it was is they were shifting everybody's this
Antarctica.
up is up and down is down now. You know, if you know, down's up, up's down. That's what flipped their
when you-
heads.
And when you pass
know what
the
the-
equator,
Not the
everything gets
physical Earth.
inverted.
These
And then
schematics.
you
Can you
get
zoom out,
infesa.
Saab, one more time? Can
So
you
what
zoom
you're
out?
saying, what you're saying is that the ice caps just melted, and that was the end of it. There's no cyclical cataclysms that happens on this planet.
There
That
can be ice
cataclysms
caps
are-
on the
We're-
south.
are reoccurring.
First off,
Not a
it's not a
pole.
planet. We got to get off that idea. You're not on a ball.
Planeta
You know what
is
you know what I see here? It looks like an electric engine. If you zoom out, it looks like the magnetic field that drives it. And if you look at the other four little engines, it looks like types of devices defined as northeast, southwest that would govern some type of technology. Maybe they're telling us what
let's
the
go
Earth
to Rome.
is.
Yes, let's go to Rome to the St. Peter Plain. There is a stele, an obelisk. You put that in the middle, and then you can navigate around the world.
But
It's
look
a
at all the
sundial.
passages. Look at all the passages through, and look, they depict there's elephants and all kinds of shit.
The last islands they discovered,
No.
Micronesia and Australia, those are the outer rim.
These
So
are
I
maps
say it's the most
after
correct one,
pyramids.
only not on positions, but there is nothing to the south. A whole lot of water.
Maybe this is schematics to some type of device.
Also,
maybe this is in disguise schematics, type of blueprint to some type of device.
Well,
I don't know what to think.
I think they gave us a clue when they kicked Adam and Eve out of the garden because they said they
take a dartboard, you
stationed.
hang it at a certain height on the wall, and then you take the line where you start throwing. Take that calculation. It's also a sundial, length, width, and the
hypotenuse.
Yeah, that. Sorry. And then you can navigate, and then you can track your world. It's circles of the sundial, and you measure it in crow. It's a crow pro meter.
Look at
there
here.
are 360 pro crow.
Look, I don't do the flat or the globe Earth model. I do the hollow Earth model. So I'm kind of in between both of you guys.
Okay, how about this?
Hey, hold on. I'm not laughing at that. I just never heard of the hollow Earth.
Hollow Earth would require some form of convexity or sphericity, of which there it. Holy Jesus! Everybody keeps talking over me, man.
Sorry.
So that would involve some kind of convexness or sphericity. The problem with that is we have no measurable curvature one way or the other. It doesn't work. Now, what I wanted to get at was that the purpose of maps, of course, is for economic and warfare, which is still economic purposes. The people that commission a cartographer to make a map pay them handsomely to give an accurate representation, because they're going to depend on this accurate representation as to know what kind of resources are in different areas. I mean, if you just drew a map willy-nilly and just put whatever the hell you wanted to on it, and they sailed off and didn't find the place, or found the place to be a complete fabrication of what you said it was, your head is going to go on a spike.
Correct.
You see? So they're not just going to put flights of fancy into something with this much detail. This person who made this was paid handsomely for this.
As
very
all
handsome.
cartographers were.
Monte.
Yes,
It's
but
called the Monte.
the
map.
hollow Earth complements the globe and the flat Earth. So
Every
the hollow
theory
Earth
does.
the
will
hell
can do all that. Yes, because the hollow Earth is the shape of your eyeball. Most
Yeah.
of the what makes what you guys think is a globe is the water. If you were to drain all the water from the Earth, it's not going to look like a sphere.
No, the water doesn't look like a sphere either. That's why we can
know
see
that
what-
water just
I'm
stays
trying to figure
separate.
this out with you guys. So I was
This
just
is all right.
my two
So
cents.
here's the equation for the sphericity of the Earth up to 1,000 miles. Okay, that there should be 8 inches of curvature per mile squared. Okay, so that means that at 10 miles, that's 10 times 10, which is 100 times 8 inches. That's 800 inches. You divide that by 12, that tells you how many feet. That's how many feet of curvature should be in that spans, 10 miles. What we find especially with the new P900 camera and models above that, that the zoom capabilities have debunked the globe Earth, because we can bring in objects that should be behind a big hill of water. They have actually photographed Chicago across Lake Michigan, where it should be hundreds of feet under behind a wall of water or a hill of water, and it's not.
Sovereign, you just hit the nail on the head, because I ain't never seen a hill in the water.
Well, that's the whole thing, is that they try to, then they hide it behind. Well, it's too big to see.
Our
But then-
waves heels whenever they're at their peak.
and then they'll tell you in the same breath.
Levels.
In the same breath,
Oh.
yes, exactly, levels. So in the same breath that they tell you that
Sorry.
it's too big for you to see any curvature, they'll claim that they see a ship go over the curve,
That's an observation.
over the horizon. You
An
don't see
observation.
anything go over a horizon. You see things go into the horizon.
Right.
Yeah, Salvador, I know I send you a lot of emails and a lot of links under the Real Tone Deaf name. I hope we can get to all those topics. They're so
Oh
much
yeah,
fun.
we will. I'm gonna have to shut it down though because we've been going for a long time,
People are
almost
gonna
5
blow.
hours. And
Thanks, Salv.
so
Yeah.
I want to give everybody, if y'all want to take a look at this map, you just go to, and there's plenty more. My God, this guy has every map of ever made in history. I swear to God. And it's really a cool website. Let me put the link down here for everybody. This is called the David Rumsey Map Collection, and that 1587 Monty map that we're just showing is on there as well.
Possibly you have the library link too for the books.
I'm getting it. I'm putting the whole thing in there. You'll get the Monty map, all of it, right from here.
Enjoy,
And
people. This is heavy stuff.
yeah, and it's really neat, man. It was I pulled up my old county in Michigan where they first drafted up where the townships were going to be in that county.
Wow.
And I'm like, holy shit, they didn't put any effort into that. They just made a big square and then cut it into smaller squares. I'm like, this was no imagination involved whatsoever.
Yeah, and one
But
of the last emails, I also set some links from your own Library of Congress with video materials and all shit stuff. You can,
I've seen them. I appreciate. You sent me a bunch of stuff. I'm really appreciative of them.
that's
Keep me busy.
materials acquired over a period since 2004, but I've been online since
Right on.
1994. We started with a dial-up modems, 56K, so on the forums and playing the written scripted games. Walk to a door, knock on door, door doesn't
Right.
react.
I remember those. Remember
Yeah,
Leisure
Dungeons
Suit
and
Larry?
Dragons and all those. Yeah,
You
I
remember
was a bit of a
Leisure
nerd, but I was also
King's Quest? Did you play King's Quest?
Yeah,
me too.
that was evil. Wow, that was really dark. King's Quest.
It was
But we had
crazy, man.
Castlevania too.
Oh yeah, I loved all those games.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, Blank Currency, you're correct about Rob Skiba. It's a shame we lost him and Bob Nodell.
Yeah, he was a
here.
great guy. I'm still waiting
so-
for that cartoon series or movie he wanted to make. What was it called? It was about the Nephilim and some soldiers that were a special unit, and they would discover that, and then the revelation would begin.
Oh wow!
Rob had a whole idea on that, and I believe he made 5 minutes of it.
Oh wow!
For the presentation, and then he passed away.
Maybe somebody will pick up on it and roll. If I was a little more
I'll try to look it up also. So
yeah.
Everyone, if you can find it, put it in. And that was great. I can't name. No, can't get it.
Sing, you got anything real quick before we sign off?
Yeah, so you're kicking us off, Salve.
Yeah, it's only been 5 hours. Shit,
People's got a
I know. I don't have nothing to add, but I've really enjoyed this. This was all great. Everybody's builds and information that was brought to the table was awesome and was chopped up really good. I want to thank everybody that participated here directly and also the commenters. And until the next live panel, everyone be well, be safe, and stay illuminated and do what you need to do to have a better existence. I shall see you all in the future.
All right. Thanks, Sing. Blank Currency, anything?
Yeah, this is pretty cool. First time on here. I just saw Decepticons and Autobots, and I like Transformers, so I didn't expect this at all.
For the Decepticons,
that's my code word I've been using here for these people that are identifying as things that they're not. You know what I'm saying? It's just what they are, and it kind of keeps you out of the doghouse. With that also being said, I wanted to let you all know that I am going to be taking this down off of the YouTube side, but not totally. Okay.
Yeah,
it
those
will be
subjects.
completely up on the Rumble side, but I'll re-upload it over to the backup because we have an active troll that doesn't like the fact that I don't believe in the fucking magical fake station and globes and all that other silly nonsense, and thinks that he's going to do his damnedest to try to get me shut down. So what I'll do is, because if I get a strike on here, it's not going to be a good deal. So I'll reload it onto my backup channel, which has 0 strikes on it. And if there's something wrong, I'll merely get a warning.
Do you have a link?
Re-upload it. Make sure
do you have a link available here so anybody who doesn't have it can go there?
Yeah, it should be. If you're on YouTube, it should be down right there in the description.
Yeah, it is.
And I also have my Rumble channel there. Be sure you're subscribed to both.
It's Sob's Place is his other channel.
Oh yeah.
Sob's
and
Place is the other channel.
We can
and
be
so,
respectful in the discussion. It can get heated sometimes.
Well, it's what it is. There's blue-haired communists in the basements of Google that freak out if you don't accept this bullshit that they're trying to push down our throats.
Yeah, but I gave you the facts, so they can deny the facts.
Yeah.
Right. Stick to the facts, because they can't do anything about that.
Sun Tzu said use their own weapons.
The problem with them is this: they don't even tell you what it was.
Half of it. Yeah,
you know?
they give a story and they make another story around.
Right.
And
like I said, what I'm going to do is, as soon as this goes off, I'll set it to private on my main channel. I'll re-upload it over to the backup channel so people can find it there. And of course, it stays up on Rumble because they don't have a bunch of communists freaking out because we don't want to chop our wieners off.
Yeah, everybody, thank you for the nice exchange of ideas and insights.
Absolutely.
And maybe next time.
Yes, come back. Absolutely. All of you.
Yeah, thank you, KT. That was really good. You had a lot of good information.
Yeah, absolutely.
I tried to give.
I got a lot of food for thought now.
Yeah.
Our sovereign can take you down a highway you don't want to go. Let me tell it this way.
My wife had this shirt made for me.
Yeah, it's great.
For
Unchained.
our anniversary, it's got the Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind on the front. On the back, I have a QR code so that when you hit it, it takes you to the YouTube channel, but it also says get brainwashed into thinking for yourself.
Yeah. I get the logo. It's a stylized brain with the electric sigils.
It's got the chains busting off of it.
Yeah, unchained.
All right. Well, with that being said, everybody, you know what we say here at the Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get the fuck rid of him. You all will see it all next time.
Away from
Good, everybody.
Good night. Much love.